Hello, how are you all doing? We're we're back in. We're back in it. We're back in it for our absolute wonderful stream of Highway Blossoms. Uh, if you didn't happen to see in our Discord or Blue Sky, which you should be following and you should be paying attention to every single word we're saying all the time. Yeah. Okay. We are we made this critical mistake, the absolute critical mistake of getting the COVID and flu shot in the same arm yesterday, thinking we'll be just fine today. That was hubris. That was absolute hubris. We are in incredible pain on our left side, and also our back hurts as well, I guess. Whoops. But whatever, it's fine. It's fine. You know, how much energy does it take to read a visual novel, right? Like, it can't possibly, absolutely. Okay, maybe it might. We might be a little low energy. Who knows? Who knows? We're powering through this though. Okay. Good morning. Hi, Fevet. Hi, how are you doing? Good morning. Well, it is afternoon, but I guess for you, I guess it is morning. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is morning for you. Yeah. I was just saying. I'm dying. Hey, Tara. What's up? I'm dying, chat. Very, very, very okay. That's great. I'm very, very not okay. I'm using Solumpus. That is the level of pain. I am using Solumpus. I have patches of icy goodness on my shoulders to relieve the pain and relax me of everything. Yeah, rest that arm. Yeah, like, good thing is, I think playing Highway Blossoms isn't gonna necessarily require the critical the rigorous use of my left arm. I was thinking about maybe switching to something even more low-key, one that I don't have to act, but I think this is fine. I think this will be a fine way to just get it done. And we just want to chat, we want to play this game. My Japanese friends always say very okay, and I like sushi. Okay, I think, like, there's no such thing as a Japanese person who doesn't like sushi. Okay, maybe there is. Maybe there is. I can't say that. That's stereotyping. But, like, I've never met a person who doesn't like sushi. There's at least one kind of sushi everyone likes, right? Like, yeah, I don't like all types of sushi. I don't like urchins. I don't like the original sushi, rice sushi. But, like, I like octopi. I like hamachi. I like rolls. Eels. Yeah, sushi. Well, I guess that's sashimi. Well, you know what my favorite sushi roll is? My favorite sushi roll is pickled plum and cucumber. No one has it in America, and it makes me mad. It is so simple. All you have to do is put some pickle plum paste and some freshly cut cucumber, roll it and cut it into sixes, and you have umikyu. And that is all it takes. It is easy. You can charge people up the wazoo, like, just charge people $5, $6, $7 for it. And it's good. It's refreshing. And everyone else is like, why don't you just get a cucumber roll, like a kappa roll? It's like, yeah, you could get a kappa roll. You could get an oshinko, like, pickle roll, but those aren't the same. It needs the tanginess of pickled plum. The pickled plum really sells this, and no one stocks pickled plum because it's like it's cheap, but it's also, like, not the most common ingredient, so most people don't, like, stock it. It's like, oh, well, I don't need pickled plum. Well, if I need pickled plum, I'm just going to use the regular pickled plum. You know, I'm just going to get pickled plum and just mash it, right? No, just get the tube stuff. Just have it on hand and squirt it into your roll with your cucumber, roll it up, and you have umikyu. I think already know, my friend and I can't speak English. うん、まあそうね。そうね。私が言ってるのは、だから、まあね、大体の人はみんな、お寿司、日本の人はみんなほとんどお寿司が好きだよねって。限られた寿司が、かもしれないけど、大体の人はみんなお寿司、何の種類かわからないけど、何かの寿司ね。ちらし寿司だろうが、巻物だろうが、握りだろうが、ね、寿司飯だけでもね、好きな人いるかもしれないけど。うん。でも、私の一番好きな、お寿司は、梅キュー。ね、梅キュー。梅干しとキュウリ。アメリカでないのね。I'm glad the captions decided to pick up America. Like it understands. Like, oh, well, we're talking about America now. We're talking about America. Okay. Fuck yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. So yeah, it's we are, let's see. So last time we had started Highway Blossoms. It was like the chill game we wanted to play, just to get it going. I think we're about like halfway through the game. Like more or less halfway, probably past the halfway point. Starting to get a little bit more gayer. Definitely getting gayer. And once we've, you know, I'm gonna see if we finish it up and we'll have time to get into some of the extra materials too, because it seems like there's going to be some interesting extra materials to look at. Yeah. Why did you pat Chiaki? And then give Mia head pats. Like, Mia likes them, sure, but like Chiaki, oh my god. Head pats. Head pats, hello. Thank you so much. Oh, wow, okay. But let's see. We're gonna go first over here. And we're gonna start up the game. Is this gonna work? That's like the big question, right? Like, I'm gonna be like, I should have probably done this before stream, but I'm really bad at prioritizing. And so, like, who knows? Who knows if this is actually, well, it's probably fine. It's queued up. Steam says it's launching the game. I don't know if it's really launching the game. You're just sitting there in silence listening to my voice. It's fine. Hello? Oh, that's loud, though. Oh, that's loud. Excuse me. I think this is about where we want to be, right? Did I quit the... Damn it! No! No, why? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? That's rude. That is so rude. I swear. I swear. Okay, here we go. Okay, sound levels... I think should be fine. Are we... Damn it, okay. Okay, well, we'll see if we need to crank up the people a little bit. Okay. Not hitting quit. Hitting load. There we go. Alright, we'll get going then, right? Inside the RV, once again, I crash down into the driver's seat and kick my feet up on the dash. It's a relief to sit on something soft. Oh yeah, so if you don't recall what we're doing, we snuck into a ancient... hello again. Thank you for the head pats. We snuck into a park and broke off from the tour group and tried to look for treasure, but was unsuccessful. And then everyone thought we went off to screw in the bushes, and we might as well have, because, I mean, we got screwed anyway, right? Okay. And now we are back in the camper, and we're kind of dejected and depressed. But hey, maybe the real treasure was the girls we held hands with along the way. Like a satellite, Marina hovers around me, expectant. So that was a failure, obviously.
Do you think it might be in a different part of the canyon?
Maybe, but we're not going to find out. We could spend days out here and not find anything. Most likely, someone else found it before us. Maybe even before this whole treasure hunt thing started. She stares at the ground, then perks back up.
That's okay, though. All we can do is move on.
All we can do is move on. That's true. Reaching into the glove compartment, she brings out the journal and hands it to me.
Come on. Show me why the Human Travel Guide is the best.
I don't know. One more person? I look at her for a moment, then with a smile, gently take it from her. Sure thing. But that's the first and only time you're ever gonna call me that, okay?
Okay.
She's gonna call us that again. I flipped through the journal and skimmed the pages. I skipped one of the entries last time because it looked like a jumbled puzzle. But if we're going to find the rest of the treasure, then we need to tackle this head on. Bracing myself for the confusion, I find the entry and groan. I write to you today, not from my heart, dear Lamasi's winged landmark, but from a destination on an unforeseen detour. During my journey eastbound, I encountered a split within a dusted road. I have encountered many of these on my travels, but this one triggered a thought that maybe, perhaps, I've been too obvious with my hiding. Hell yeah, you road trip lesbians. Yeah, hello, Inu. Or hello, Tori. Hi. Let us assume a jealous peer wanted to track me. Paranoia or not, if they so desired, they easily could. My steed's prints are set within the sand, and I have not disguised my livelihood. In fact, one may call these a trail. If one were to follow this trail, they may even happen upon my bounty. The likelihood of this is very slim. However, I've always considered myself to be a man who only takes calculated risks, which is why I am shocked in that this thought has never crossed my mind before. Surely an intelligent, rugged, and worldly individual such as myself would have come to this conclusion by now. Or perhaps I am none of those things? Nonetheless, I mocked the split and took the path I felt was less traveled. After I had covered enough distance, I found a satisfactory location. Acres of identical arched stone were spread across this area. The more I traveled, the more there were. On occasion, I had seen some, but never so close together, not so plentiful. Though I do worry, one could narrow down the goal if they had the will. Alas, the remnants of my illness reappeared, forcing me to find a resting site. Eventually, I settled between two stones. Unlike the archstone, I often feared they would fall or collapse on me, but their balance seemed steady, and they provided shade and scenery. So once again, I am rested and determined. While the detour took precious time away from me, I very much feel it was worth the security it provides, even if it was unnecessary. Postscript, this morning I looked in my pouch. It would appear as if I had enough gold for one last burial. Lamasi's landmark seems more than proper for this. Oh no.
Oh no. Does that mean you don't know where it's at?
The opposite. I know exactly where it's at.
Then what's the problem?
I lean back in the chair and look at the ceiling. It's in Arches National Park.
Cool. Then let's go.
Oh, are we breaking into another park? I ignore her and keep looking at the ceiling. Arches has over 2,000 natural stone arches. The miner said he hid it between two stones. She blinks. I sigh. An arch is a rock formation that curves in the air. Think of it like an upside-down U. Finally, she gets the message. Her face morphs into a blank canvas, and she stares out the windshield.
Oh no.
You want to ride this car? It's an old, beat-up camper, but perhaps you will one day. Yeah. If we want to find this thing, then we need to look between every single arch in arches. After a moment of petrified silence, Marina takes back the journal and returns it to its proper place in the glove compartment. With a shaky smile, Marina looks back at me and tries blowing it off.
Arches National Park, huh? It's somewhere in Moab, right? You ever been?
With a shaky grin of my own, I respond, totally ignoring the impossible feat ahead of us. Yeah, I went to Moab a long time ago. Arches is really famous, like world famous. We're both sweating, staring at the long road ahead as we try our best to make casual conversation. It's like a game of chicken. Who's going to break first?
I've always wanted to go.
You didn't even know what that was. Where have you vacationed to before?
Honestly, nowhere. Not out of the state, at least.
Oh my god, little sheltered child. For real? Not even to visit family?
Nuh-uh. My grandparents live in New Mexico, too. I think only my big brother has been outside of the state.
Oh, dang, people who do not leave New Mexico, that's wild. You got any other siblings, or is it just you two? She shakes her head.
There's 9 of us. I've got 2 younger brothers, 3 older brothers, an older sister, and 2 little sisters.
Damn. I whistle. Whew. Damn, that's a big-ass Christmas card.
Right? At some point it's just like, aren't you ever gonna stop?
Are your parents Mormon?
I'm almost out of fingers to count on.
Oh no. Chuckling, I stand up and walk to the back. Marina follows behind me.
What about you? Do you have any siblings?
Gonna roll only child. Hell yeah! I can tell an only child when I see one. Nah, just me. Otherwise, they'd probably be riding around this old thing with us. As I say that, I collapse down onto my bed. Sprawling out, sitting up front felt good, but this is heavenly. The bed sinks a little as she takes a seat on its edge. I can't really imagine having a single brother or sister. Definitely not 8 of them. But I guess they don't all live at home?
Actually?
Oh no. From now on I eat breakfast, and today I have a qualification exam, so I'll get ready for... Oh, good luck! Good luck, Vivat. Enjoy your breakfast, get some energy, and good luck out there. You're kidding.
Only one of my brothers has moved out. It's the worst. Like, you have to make a reservation to take a shower.
Amazing. No wonder you ran away.
Pretty much. As soon as I finished school, I was just like, okay, time to get out of here.
Time to get the fuck out. And steal my brother's car. And then get lost in the desert. Yep. How long ago was that?
Just a couple months. 2-ish.
Yeah, have a good day. What do you major in?
Huh?
Like, what did you get your degree in?
Oh, not college. High school. I just finished high school.
Oh no. Huh? Using my elbows, I prop myself up.
What?
How old are you? Putting her hands on her hips, Marina puffs out her cheeks and looks offended.
I'll have you know, it's very rude to ask a lady her age.
Oh no, are you 17? Is this a problem? She deflates.
But I'm 18.
Thank fucking God.
Why?
Oh, thank God. I let myself fall back again. I was afraid you were going to be underage and then I'd get arrested for kidnapping or something.
No way. And besides, Besides, I told you my parents were fine with it. Well, accepted it.
You are an adult.
What about you? How old are you?
24. Just a year older.
Wait, you're only 19?
Wow. Now it's her turn to be shocked. How old did you think I was? Marina busts out up laughing. I'm actually a little bit embarrassed. I look away, blowing my hair away from my face.
Just kidding, just kidding. I figured you were like my age or a bit older. 2 years at the most.
Damn. Okay, I had her pegged at like 22, 24, but I was wrong. I don't look at her, staring at the wall.
Oh, come on, don't be mad. I was just playing.
She was just playing. All of a sudden, she sounds seriously regretful. I want to mess with her, but the puppy dog look she gives me over her shoulder is too hard to resist. Sorry, what? My hearing must be getting bad with my old age. She throws a pillow at me from the bed beside her, and I deflect it with my arm.
Good save, Granny.
In my day. Now she leans back too, staring up at the ceiling. Her hair spreads across my leg. I don't move it. Then I realized that all the worry and nervousness we had about Arches is gone. Somewhere along the line, we just forgot about it. Huh. I don't know when we reach the point in our relationship where we can be comfortable being this close to each other, but I'm glad that we have. Maybe, just maybe, I'm enjoying the closeness a little too much, though. It's been a long time since I've dated someone. Gramps' health made having a girlfriend impossible. There wasn't time for anyone else. Hell, I hardly had time for myself. Not that I cared. I'd do it all over again. Still, it's nice. Having someone to talk to, so it's not just me and my thoughts. Just as I'm about to settle into the mood, she sits up and stretches.
Oh, I'm pretty sleepy. Are you going to bed soon?
I should go to bed. Nah, I took a nap earlier, so I'm good. It's only a few hours to Moab, so I'll drive us there tonight.
Moab, huh?
Moab. Well, yeah. Something wrong?
No, I was just kind of wondering.
She trails off. Wondering?
How far away is the Grand Canyon?
From here? I don't know, 3 or 4 hours? But it's the total opposite direction that we're going.
Oh, okay.
The real treasure was the girlfriends we found along the way! The crestfallen look on her face should be illegal.
Sorry, I should have looked at the map before I asked.
It's okay. I don't know where Moab is. Actually, I technically know where Moab is. Smiling, she turns and heads for bed. Wow, thank you for head pats. Head pat, head pat, head pat, head pat, head pat, head pat, head pat. Yeah. Smiling, she turns and heads for bed, disappointment clinging to her like perfume.
Night, Amber.
Oh. Leaning against my pillows, I watch as she slowly trots off to the back. Come on now, I'm not that heartless. Wait a sec. She freezes mid-step. I guess since I was gonna drive all night anyway, we can make a detour. A pretty big detour too, so don't blame me if all the treasure is gone by the time we're done. She turns around, hope springing in her face now. But I guess it's like a requirement that you see the Grand Canyon when you're sightseeing in Arizona, so that's what we'll do. You've got a lot of vacations to make up for. All the tiredness and disappointment vanishes in an instant. Like a bird taking flight, she hurries back over to where I'm standing up. A trademark Marina crash tackle hug knocks me onto my butt and bed once again. I pat her on the back a couple times before she rises.
Have I ever told you you're the best?
Probably, but don't you forget it.
I couldn't if I tried.
Aww. Goof. I poke her in the belly as I make my way up to the front again. Grab me an energy drink from the fridge, will you? When she sits down in the passenger seat, she has 2 cans of the energy drink. Thought you were going to bed.
No way! I'm too excited now. I'll keep you company on the drive.
Oh, damn.
Plus, it's only like 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Damn, it's 8 o'clock, man. 18-year-old. That's a child. Children should be asleep at that hour. Beats me. Sounds right. I pop up in the tab of my drink and take a long drop. It tastes awful, but it wakes me up like nothing else. I guess the makers cut out sweeteners and nice flavors for more stimulants. By the way, I should drink a Monster. Monster... The energy drink isn't gonna fuck over my pain, is it? It's fine, right? I am absolutely gonna regret this decision, by the way. I'm gonna absolutely regret this decision, but it's fine, okay? I'm here for your entertainment. To drink it faster, I hold my breath to hide the taste and chug. Gasping. Oh, she's not drinking the right kind of Monster Energy. That's too bad. Gasping, I crumple the empty can, toss it into a garbage trash bag. Marina, on the other hand, sips it daintily, wincing each time.
Ugh, people seriously drink this stuff?
I don't know, it grows on you. Somehow, it works though. It's pretty much the strongest stuff you can get without a prescription. After taking another sip, Marina retches and sticks her tongue out. She reminds me of a cat with fur stuck on its tongue. She sets the can in the cup holder beside me.
Do you want mine? I can't drink this.
Have 2 energy drinks. I'd have a heart attack if I drink 2. Just leave it and I'll drink it tomorrow. Because the only way to improve an awful energy drink is to let it get warm and flat. As I start the RV, Marina says something, but it's soft enough that I can't hear her over the engine revving. What was that old lady hearing? Failing on me again, you know? Smiling, she shakes her head.
I was just saying thanks again.
Aw. Don't thank me yet. I could fall asleep at the wheel and kill us both.
At least I die happy.
Damn. That's you know, I want to go peacefully like my grandfather, not like the other screaming people on the bus.
No, though. Not just that. For taking me with you and doing the treasure hunt and everything.
Oh. You must be super tired. You're saying all sorts of weird stuff now.
I mean it. I know it's kind of random. I'm just really happy I met you.
Aww. After a moment of blushing, I laugh a little under my breath. Yeah, me too. I prevent any more cheesy conversation by carefully pulling out of the parking lot and back onto the exit road. I'm definitely glad that Marina's enjoying herself. I'm having fun too, but talking about that sort of thing makes me feel all squirmy inside. Like, I don't match up to what Marina thinks of me. Pushing those thoughts out of my head, I focus on the road. We have to keep our eyes peeled for animals out there. There are lots of stray dogs in this part of the state, and dozens of deer and antelope just waiting to race cars. The road's devoid of other vehicles, though, and since I know the exits to take, more or less, we should make pretty good time. Once we get back onto the highway, Marina hoists the bucket of tapes onto her lap.
What do you want to listen to?
You yappin'? I want to listen to you yap. I glance between the road and the bin, scanning both. I settle on an album that I haven't had the heart to listen to in a while, but it feels like tonight is the right time. Is it the music that you remember your grandfather getting busy with his girlfriend or something? I fish out the tape and slide it into the player. As the first chords start up, I watch Marina's face for a reaction. It won't have the same sentimental value to her, I know, but it's an emotional album in general. Lots of dynamics to the music and simple but heartfelt songwriting. Gramps used to try to play along, but said he couldn't quite capture the feeling himself. As I'd hoped, Marina's quiet. which means that she's listening. Her cheek is pressed against the window again. Her reflection, barely visible, looks wistful. Good. For the second time today, a growing pressure starts in my eyes. I paw at them, and the motion catches Marina's attention.
You sure you're not too tired?
Yeah, my eyes are just a little itchy. Damn it, my voice shakes as I speak. But if she notices, she doesn't say anything. The album was another one of Gramps' favorites. There's a reason I haven't listened to it since he passed. Turning it on may have been a mistake. We may yet go off the road if I end up crying, or I might just die of embarrassment. I sniffle a couple times to keep myself under control. Damn allergies. I don't even know if she hears me. I'm kind of tempted to turn it off and play something else, but I want Marina to hear it. It won't mean anything special to her, I'm sure. I want to see what she thinks, to see if maybe Gramps and I were crazy, or if there was more to the music and the man playing it. He was a guitarist and songwriter who just went by the name of June. Died a few years ago. Fighting back the nostalgia and the bubbling feelings of how much I miss Gramps is hard. I'm able to hold on, though, and keep from breaking down. 45 minutes later, when the tape ends, Marina hits the play button again to start it over. I'd say it was worth it. I let it play on for hours, long after Marina's fallen asleep beside me. Wow, that's sweet. That was a nice little scene. And then we crashed and died. My everything aches. By the way, my everything also aches right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, my shoulder. Holy fuck. I'm gonna fix it by drinking Monster. That's how you work. My everything aches. It takes me a long, lazy minute to remember why I'm sitting up, forehead plastered to the steering wheel, rather than my bed. I drove all through the night to get us to the Grand Canyon, arriving at the South Rim right around the time that I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. We're in a campsite, apparently, but I don't remember anything past reaching the park's edge and paying the entry fee. I probably shouldn't have been driving, but we made it here all right. A sour taste pervades my mouth, courtesy of the empty energy drink at my side. I groan as I clamber up and had to go brush my teeth. When I exit the bathroom, Marina's waiting at the front, all dressed and ready to go.
Good morning.
Oh, you got sleep. I'm glad. Morning. I'm still too sleepy to match her enthusiasm. Undeterred, she comes forward and presses a mug into my hands.
I made you some coffee.
Great, more caffeine.
But it was a couple of hours ago, so it's kind of cold now.
Great, it's cold coffee. Thanks. It's also brewed too weak, but I don't tell her that. I drain my cup in seconds and then pour myself another. That's also finished in a few long gulps.
You really like coffee, huh?
Yeah. I guess. I think I'm just addicted.
You don't even put any cream or sugar in it, right?
Wild. Nope, I always drink it black. She wrinkles her nose in disgust.
I can't stand the taste.
Just have bad coffee. I noticed. Have you gone and looked around yet? There are dozens, if not hundreds of people milling around, and that's just what I can see from here. Most likely treasure hunters.
Look around? Without you?
Well, I mean, I can just kind of look outside and wander around. Yeah, it's what, noon?
Almost, but I didn't want to leave without you.
Aw, you were just staring at me sleeping. That's sweet of her.
What if I got lost? You're like my map.
Aw, you read me like a map. Maybe not.
Besides, it's boring to go look around by myself.
Mm-hmm. You think? I used to do it lots before we met up. It was nice to be alone and think. Her face falls. Seconds later, I realize my mistake and mentally kick myself. Not to say I don't like having you around. I just meant it's not so bad being on your own for a little bit. She ponders for a moment.
Well, I don't like being alone.
You know, when you're raised with a bunch of siblings and you have no private time, like if you've never spent time alone with yourself, it gets really awkward and weird. Like, we've always had roommates or a parent living in the same house as we do, so we don't know what an empty house feels like usually. And back in college, when we were like alone for the first time ever in a house or apartment, it was freaky, okay? It's just like, oh, there's nobody here, I can do whatever I want, but also, holy fuck, I am alone in this house right now. And I know that no one's coming back for a while. That's kind of spooky. A small frown makes me think she's upset, but then it melts away and is replaced with her trademark smile. Something about her, how the sunlight frames her face right then makes my heart skip a beat. I want to admire her for longer, but I think my face gives it away. Soon she shifts, asking with her eyes.
Something wrong?
I just think you're hot. I shake my head to clear it. No, sorry, I just zoned out for a second. Well, let me finish this coffee and then we can go.
Okay. I don't know how you can be up and at 'em just like that. Usually it takes me hours to wake up.
Hypervigilance, usually. I know, I do a lot of waiting for you. Marina stomps over to play hit me on the shoulder.
Meanie, I do my best for you.
Aww. Yeah. There aren't enough hours in the day for you to sleep as much as you want.
What? Are you saying I don't need my beauty sleep?
You're already beautiful. She's just kidding, but I freeze. She is joking, right?
Amber?
The jaunty tone in her voice is gone. Yeah. Croak out of response.
Zone out again?
I'm getting lost in your boobs. I mean, your eyes. Something like that. Even I'm surprised by how off guard that caught me. It was just a simple joke, but it was a little too relevant. Seconds after thinking of how pretty she looks. I need to stop being so weird sometimes, or that'll scare her off more than her finding out that I might just maybe could possibly have a crush on her.
Maybe you just need more coffee.
Yeah, coffee. Probably. Yeah, probably. Her grin gets huge.
You need as much coffee as I do sleep.
It's the same thing.
See? We're even.
But see, drinking coffee is more efficient. We get more done. I laugh as I pour myself a third cup, tilting the pot to get the dregs. Oh, you drink the dregs. The dregs of black coffee. Holy fuck, you are in it deep, Amber. Maybe you're right. She prances back to the front door, nose held in the air like she's won some great victory. I catch her peeking back to see if I'm watching, so I make a big show of rolling my eyes. She sticks her tongue out in return. When I set my cup down in the sink, Marina throws the door open and waits for me to step out. For having been mostly asleep and in the dark, it looks like I did an okay job parking. By which I mean that we're actually in one of the designated camping spaces. What's more, that's more than I can say for a lot of others here. Tents cover nearly every patch of land that doesn't have an RV on it. Some even come right up against the road itself, causing a few cars that pass by to have to hug the edge. Just like back in Shiprock, this is a fiasco. Squads of little kids rampage around, squirting each other and everyone else with water guns, and just being in the way. One little brat runs up to us and holds up his squirt gun like he's going to shoot me, but the death glare that I give sends him running back in the other direction.
Not a fan of kids?
Not a fan of being wet. Not the rotten ones. Marina, on the other hand, waves at the retreating boy and giggles as a weak burst of water hits her. I don't know how you can stand it.
They're just kids.
That's why I hate them.
Besides, I'm pretty used to it.
Yeah, I guess so. Big family, right?
Yep.
We start to walk in the direction of the canyon itself, pausing sometimes to let cars or tour groups pass us by. This is such a mess. I wonder how many of them are treasure hunters.
Well, it's the Grand Canyon, so a lot of people are probably just regular tourists, right?
Probably. Yeah, probably. I feel bad for them and all the other people who just want to enjoy these parks.
You really hate people, huh?
Yeah. What? Where'd that come from?
I don't know. You're just always complaining about there being too many people around.
I mean, yeah. Do I really complain that much? Thinking about it, I guess I do. I don't hate people. I just don't like when it's all chaotic like this.
So you don't like crowds then?
That's closer. Yeah.
Kinda weird that you're so hyped for this music thing then, don't you think? Isn't that gonna be the biggest crowd yet?
Yeah. Sure, but that's different.
Why?
Your mom. I don't know, it just is.
Why?
What are you, 5? No wonder you get along with kids so well. Thank you for head pats. More head pats. You are such a head patting machine, Gen. We both laugh. But I guess it's just because everyone is there for the same thing. You have something in common with them.
Isn't everyone here for the same thing?
Not really. Yeah, but I struggle to find an explanation. But she laughs. She laughs it off and shrugs.
I'm just kidding anyway. You can't be the only one who teases.
Oh,
You don't like big crowds, and that's fine.
Oh, woo. What about you?
I think it's fun. And besides, you get to meet all sorts of cool people.
All sorts of cool people like you?
Who knows? Maybe you'll meet a special someone or a long-lost relative or something.
A special someone like you? Special someone, huh? Maybe. Would be pretty unlikely, though.
Probably. But it's still fun to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of odds, Amber.
Ah, woo. Marina points at another cluster of motorhomes down the road. I follow her gaze, immediately understanding. Taking up 2 spaces because of size and bad parking is a familiar titan of an RV. Oh, God, no. But Marina's already heading towards it. My nemesis. Mariah's a motorhome. The door flies open seconds before Marina reaches it. Out strolls Joseph, Tess close behind.
You call that a break? You've had boyfriends that last longer.
Ah, woo.
Sis has never had a boyfriend.
Ah, woo.
My point exactly.
Ah, woo.
Quit your moaning. You two just need more work ether.
Ah, woo.
You mean ethics, but you've probably never heard the word.
Ah, woo! Mariah appears in the doorway, leaning on a shovel. I can see her about to retort, but then she spots either me or Marina, and her glare is replaced with a smug grin.
Well, well, well. Look who finally caught up.
Are we catching up?
Hey guys!
Ah, woo.
Oh, hey there, ladies.
I sigh and speed up my glacial pace. May as well get this over with. Mariah picks up a crate of tools from beside her and carries them out before shoving the crate into Joseph's hands. His knees buckle at the weight, and he sets it on the ground.
Did you follow our dust all the way here?
I wish we'd seen it, so we could have stayed away.
Maybe you should go now and get a head start on the next piece before we find the one here.
She clutches her shovel like a sword and points it to me.
Unless you're gonna fight us for this one too.
I raise my hands in surrender. We already had one bust at Canyon de Chelly. This one's all yours to screw up. The shovel drops a couple inches, either as a response or because her arm's getting sore.
Canyon de Shay? But there's
Shay?
only one Grand Canyon.
Canyon de Shay. Is that how you pronounce it? Okay.
There's more than one canyon in the world, Mayor.
Yeah. There's a canyon between your chest. Figured it was there at the Mummy Cave ruins, but we didn't find anything. So if you want to search all 2,000 miles of the Grand Canyon, then, good luck.
Damn it!
Mariah throws down her hands and the tool bag slips from her, plummeting onto Joseph's foot. Hard. The crates in his hand are the next to fall, this time on the other foot. The boxes burst open, flooding the ground with heavy hammers and wrenches. What are you trying to do? Like, what are you bringing hammers and wrenches into the Grand Canyon for? I feel like that's going to be kind of destructive. A gasp escapes from his mouth, then silence.
Are you gonna get drunk and cry yourself to sleep again, sis?
Tess. Aw. Tess. Somehow, through pain grunts, Joseph manages to speak.
The limit is once per week.
Oh man. Book. Mariah's eyes twitch. In one smooth motion, she whirls around and clonks her companions' heads, huffs, and crosses her arms. Joseph reacts like any normal human being and rubs his head to soothe his never-ending pain. Tess hardly acknowledges it, wobbling back and forth like a human bobblehead. I don't think I'll ever get over how creepy that girl is. She clonks Joseph again for good measure. Marine and I both wince. I imagine this is how it was for Howard when he first met Linda.
At least we get to see the canyon that way.
At least we get to see the canyon that way. Sorry, I was trying to do the boom at Tessa's comment, but typoed. Tara, it's spelled... Ow, wait. Jesus! From out of nowhere, Tess pops up at my side.
Tess has been wanting to go out and see the sights, but Mariah's too busy breaking her back for that.
Aww.
Big sisters are bossy, huh?
Yeah, of course. Exactly. Tess nods, then, which prompts Marina to stoop down and hug her apathetic kindred spirit.
You're not alone!
Aww. Marina looks up at me, eyes big.
Can we keep her? She's so cute!
She is definitely not of legal age to join the polycule.
That's property theft!
Are you treating your sister as property? Mariah, I think we have bigger problems on our hand right now. Sorry, only one stray at a time.
Aww.
You're the stray. Marina releases Tess and reaches out her hand as they float apart. Anyway, let's get going. If they're gonna waste all day here, we can at least leave them to it. But Mariah waves her shovel in Joseph's face.
Pick up our crap. We gotta rethink our strategy.
Oh no.
Crap?
Crap.
Yes. This crap.
She taps the crate with her that she forced on him just minutes ago. Joseph covers Tess's ears, then mutters something that I can't make out.
Wait, I have an idea.
She has an idea. 4 pairs of eyes turn to look at her.
Me and Amber were about to go sightseeing. Why don't you guys come with us?
And not treasure hunt? And let somebody else get to the treasure first? That's a terrible idea.
Me and Amber were about to go sightseeing.
Let's
Why don't you...
listen.
That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, okay, that's wonderful. Hey, we agree on something. But Tess's eyes sparkle with determination, nodding as she reaches up to tug on Mariah's suit.
That's one vote yes.
That's one vote, yes. She turns to me, a pleading look in her eyes, hoping to make it 2 yes votes.
I think that sounds like a good time too.
Oh no.
It'd be a nice break.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're kind of sick of this shit, aren't you?
I forbid it. You've already had a break.
Oh no.
We have too much to focus on. Getting distracted by dusty old rocks is the last thing we need.
I mean, isn't gold technically a dusty old rock?
You always say that, but look at her.
He points at Tess, her face shining with interest since the word sightseeing.
When did she last show interest in something? Hell, has she ever shown interest in something?
A woo.
We're still not going.
Hello, Soda. Welcome, welcome. An irritable groan rumbles through Joseph's throat, but we still look as casual and relaxed as he usually does. We're doing all right. We had our COVID and flu vaccine yesterday, and we shot both in our left arm, and they are... Well, the left side of my body is currently in severe pain, and we also have back pain, and also we're kind of loopy, but we're drinking Monster Energy drink to compensate, and we're fine. We're absolutely fine. Help me. I hope you're doing well, Soda Pop. An irritable groan rumbles through Joseph's throat, but he still looks as casual and relaxed as he usually does.
Look, we're not always going to do what you want just because you say so. We're going, and if we have to, we'll force you to come along.
Or she could just stay behind by herself. Marina laughs awkwardly.
It's fine, it's fine. You guys don't have to come if you don't want to.
No, we're a family now. But it's too late for that. Mariah lets out a single disingenuous ha and marches to Joseph.
You're gonna force me to go, huh?
Oh no.
That's right.
Oh no. She stares him down, or up, to be accurate. The top of her head only reaches up to his chin. Regardless, she gives him a nasty grin, and repeatedly pokes his chest for daring to defy her. This doesn't seem to faze him, though, as his lips curl into an ominous smile.
And how exactly do you plan to do that?
Is he gonna top? Is he actually the top in the relationship? And she came along. Vast and majestic, the canyon dominates the horizon. As far as my eyes can see, Calico rocks are given a murky tint by the dying sunlight. It's a breathtaking view. I just stare out over the abyss, watching as the sun slowly climbs down the sky.
What are you even looking at?
You, babe. She says it flatly, not like a question. Mariah's been this way for hours now, since Joseph practically dragged her out of the RV. While the other 3 have amused themselves with disposable cameras and curiosity, Mariah's tailed me like a mangy dog. She won't let me forget about her relentless apathy, punctuating it with frequent sighs. I'm looking at these cliffs, and considering sending you to get a closer look at the bottom.
This is your fault, you know.
Is it? What is?
That we're here. Or at least that I'm here.
Well, you were gonna be here with a shovel anyway. Hey, I didn't want you along either. That was all Marina.
Just tell that airhead no sometime. Guessing you've never turned in a request of hers in your life.
Yeah, kinda. I shoot her a dirty look at the word airhead. Mariah rolls her eyes. She doesn't care one bit. She wanted to play with Tess. Someone has to.
Joe does it all the time.
Her ability to miss the point is actually kind of impressive. Besides, you should see the girl I get. You should see the look I get if I try to stop her from something. Maybe I can't say no.
Be more like me. Mental fortitude and training.
That's just being foolish. As is almost breaking down when someone threatens to take away the key to your liquor cabinet part of that mental fortitude and training? She clicks her tongue in annoyance and grumbles.
I could have still said no. I was just doing it for Tess.
The alcohol is for Tess? I turn my attention over to the impromptu photo shoot again. Both the girls climb on the rocks and lean against the railing to take pictures. Joseph trails close behind, probably to make sure nobody slips. Sometimes he's pulled in for a picture too. Marina's taken pictures of just about everything. The sky, the ground, pouting Mariah. As a photographer, she's not very picky. Tess, on the other hand, seems to have an actual knack for it. She's taken pictures of scenic valleys, close-ups of beautiful desert flowers in full bloom, usually with Joseph as the model. She even manages to get close enough to take one of an eagle perched on a rock. Not hard when you're practically invisible, though.
I don't even know why she's so interested in this stuff.
I don't know, maybe she has talent. What? The wonders and majesty of natural form geographic wonders?
That's a fancy way of saying overgrown rocks.
Gold is also an overgrown rock. Did you know that? Who cares? Shouldn't you be glad that she is?
Why? I'd prefer if she cared about something that matters.
Oh. Like getting rich?
Exactly.
Damn. Mariah kind of sucks. Mariah sucks so much. Also, you are in a ad break, so I'm so sorry that if you can't catch this portion of the stream, but hey, we care about you. Thank you so much for sticking around through the ads. You can't hear me, but you subscribers, yeah, I care about you too.
It's Americana this, sightseeing that. What the hell even is Americana?
Yeah, no one actually knows. It's just, imperialism, but hey, whatever.
Don't mess with Texas shirts and old rocking chairs that some hicks farted on.
Hey now. Do you ever listen to yourself talk? Just be happy she's interested in culture and expanding her horizons.
Culture? Our favorite foods are bastardized versions of foreign cuisine.
Now, do not badmouth hot dogs like that.
Culture's a sham. When I was her age, I was interested in things that actually mattered. Like treasure.
Like treasure.
Years later, and nothing's changed.
Yeah. Since the other girls are taking a break, Joseph has joined us.
They want to take some pictures with you.
Which one? Mariah starts to protest, but Joseph cuts her off.
Your sister wanted me to ask.
Aww. Her mouth shuts, and she rolls her eyes yet again. Well, excuse me, princess. Yeah, exactly.
Fine.
Fine. She stalks over to where they are kicking up clouds of dust with each heavy step.
Sorry if she's causing you trouble. She can be a bit of a handful.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of used to her at this point.
I know it's hard to believe, but there's a good heart in there. Somewhere.
Somewhere. She'd probably sell it for $1 if she could. Joseph laughs heartily.
You might be right. That's just how she is, I guess. Been that way since we were kids.
Was she poor? Is she poor? It's hard to imagine that someone could not only know Mariah as a child, but want to maintain a friendship with her for the rest of their lives. Come to think of it, Joseph's a bit of an odd case compared to the other two. Odd just because he's so normal. Hey, can I ask you something?
Shoot.
Do you care about the treasure? He scratches the stubble on his chin and thinks about it. And welcome back if you're coming back from ads. Like, you have a good head on your shoulders. Why do you let her drag you around?
Well, it's not that I don't care about the treasure. Being rich doesn't sound like a bad gig at all. But I wouldn't say I have a good head on my shoulders either. If it came down to treasure hunting or kicking back on a couch all day, I'd pick the couch.
I mean, I think most people would. Figures. His own broad smile returns. I didn't even notice it disappear.
But as for them, one of them needs someone to look out for her, and the other is 10.
Yeah. Now we both laugh.
If she's the one who gets me off the couch, I'm the one who gets her to sit down sometimes. Even back in school, she was always picking fights. Didn't matter if it was another kid or a teacher. Got her ass kicked a couple times. If she were all on her own, she'd tear apart the whole Southwest.
She probably used dynamite too.
That makes sense?
Kinda. I look over at her, where the three of them are still taking pictures. Tess is standing on a rock, so that she's at the same level as the others. Right now, two of her fingers hold Mariah's mouth into the shape of a smile. On Mariah's other side, Marina holds the camera out and takes their picture. Then Tess takes one, though Marina keeps her hands out of Mariah's mouth. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Plus, someone's got to make sure Tess doesn't starve.
Oh no. Catching us watching, Marina waves vigorously. She nearly knocks Mariah's lights out while she does. I wave back. Tess says something that gets Marina's attention, and after a second, Marina hurries over. I wince as I watch her clumsily climb over the rocks, scared that she is going to slip and hurt herself. But she arrives unharmed.
Tess wanted me to ask if you'd go be in the pictures too, Joe. She says she wants all three of you.
Aw.
Looks like that's my cue.
With nothing more to say, he drifts over to the others and exchanges spots with Marina. Tess passes him the camera, and he holds it up to his eye.
Why are you using this cheap thing anyway? The camera on Mariah's phone is way better.
Because Mariah won't share the photos. He takes the camera from Tess and dangles it from his fingers, observing it like it's an ancient, long-buried artifact.
The memory is full from all her journal entries.
Journal?
It's more like angsty poetry.
Oh my god. Mariah turns toward me, panic and fury in her eyes, but she's too slow.
How did that one go again?
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Rivers of amber pour from my bottle like tears, forever sweeping El Dorado beyond my grasp.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Mariah slouches.
I hate you both.
Yeah.
Oh, but we love you, Mariah.
We love you, you little bottom. Oh, of course. Sure thing. Drinking Monster Energy drink instead of water. I mean, we can drink water too. We have water here. Tess clings to her sister's waist like a magnet, showing her affection. It goes ignored.
Now squeeze in. I'm not sure how we're all gonna fit.
We're drinking water. We're drinking water and Monster Energy drink, and Monster Energy drink also contains water. We watch for a moment before I tap Marina on the shoulder. That should keep them busy for— Ow! Wow. For that, we need another swig of Monster Energy drink. Tasty Monster. That should keep them busy for a while. Quick, while they're distracted.
What?
I grab Marina's hand and dash off, dragging her behind me. Her feet have trouble keeping up, but I don't slow down. I don't look back. Just keep running.
Amber, where are we going?
A nice little crevice where we can fuck, probably. I don't know. We wander around for a while until we find another viewpoint that's empty of other people. I'm guessing that a lot of treasure hunters are out looking now, since the oppressive heat isn't as bad. I lean against the rail, my head propped up on my arms. The cool metal feels nice against my skin. Marina does the same. She sighs wistfully.
So pretty.
So pretty. Which part?
All of it, especially the sunset.
Nearly all the sunlight has been swallowed by the canyon's colossal darkness. Shadows cast by the stones mute the gorgeous colors as the sun melts into the tip of the canyon. It's barren and desolate, but Marina's right. It's pretty.
Oh, let's take a picture before it gets too dark.
Yeah.
You're not getting out of this one. You haven't been in any of the pictures today.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
Scooch in.
Like, together?
Duh.
No. She slides towards me and I squirm away on instinct.
What's wrong?
Immediately before I can answer, she grins slyly.
Wait a second.
Ah, well.
You're camera shy, aren't you?
I'm not! I retort a little too quickly.
Oh?
Clearly, she doesn't believe me. It's not that I'm afraid of them or anything. I just don't like having my picture taken.
How come?
I shrug. I just don't.
Well, you'll have to deal with it this time.
Oh no. She zips over, and before I can react, she has pressed her cheek to mine. The shutter clicks, and I'm momentarily stunned by the flash. You turned on the flash? That's not how you... Oh my god. It's still light out. The flash is gonna make me look all pasty. You're gonna look all pasty, and we're gonna hate it. It's not gonna even show up. The background's not gonna show up. This is gonna look terrible. What are you doing? Red eye. Yeah, it's gonna be red eye all over the place. My god. Marina, you're a terrible photographer. Before I can protest or enjoy the closeness, she's already pulled away and is checking the result.
It's cute, look!
Oh my god. She shoves the camera into my face, but it's so close and the screen is so small that I can't actually see the picture. I just nod.
I can't wait to get these developed.
Oh my god. Turning to me, Marina pauses.
How do you get photos developed anyway?
First, you find Robin Williams. Well, we'll have to take them to a store and have them do it. Most big supermarkets can.
Okay, first thing tomorrow then.
Oh my god, can't we do this after this? We're probably gonna take more photos too, you know? Sure. Like a hummingbird, Marina darts forward and gives me a tight hug.
Thanks for coming out here. It's been so amazing. I hope it was worth it.
I'm sure it was. I look down at her and I look down at her, pressed against me. Yeah, it was. Marina pulls away to my great disappointment. She opens her mouth like she's going to say something, but then seems to change her mind. What?
What?
You were about to say something? What was it?
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Hey, you can't do that. Now I really want to know. She giggles, but it's distracted sounding.
Okay, fine. I was just gonna ask, why is it that you hate Mariah and her group so much?
I don't know, Mariah kind of sucks. Joseph and Tess, they're fine. I'm just saying Mariah's like kind of a bitch. Where'd that come from? Marina turns away and stares out over the canyon again. It's getting pretty dark. She's quiet for a moment before she talks.
I don't know. You just complain about them a lot.
I mean, they took apart her car and sold it for parts. I don't hate them, dummy. Joe and Tess are fine. It's just Mariah I have a problem with.
How come?
She's a bitch. She's a bitch. Loud and rude and obnoxious. I really hate people like that. She thinks she's always right, too.
Sounds like someone else I know.
Oh, who? Don't give me that. We're nothing alike. Marina laughs.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Half a minute passes in silence. Also, we're culturally sensitive to people. We don't just call things a pile of rocks and, you know, a miserable pile of secrets, you know? We care about things.
You're way cuter than she is.
Time stops, and so does my heart. Everything feels like it's frozen. I look over at Marina, but she's looking at the canyon, not me. Still, just a couple inches away. I gulp, swallowing the lump forming in my throat. You said that before, I think, and you're cuter.
Oh, hush. I'm trying to compliment you.
I fall silent for a moment, not sure how to respond. You know, back when we first met, I meant what I said about you being cute, too. She giggles again.
I'd forgotten about that.
As if on cue, a light breeze starts up, causing her hair to billow out like a cloud. Her side tail, hastily bound, looks as if it might come undone. Finally, she looks to me. She turns to look at me, her eyes wide and lips glistening. My palms are dry, and my knees tremble. Mom spaghetti. Gulping yet again. Across the short distance between us in a half step, leaning in and nod.
There you are!
That's so fucking... I hate it. There you are. Someone's about to die. Mariah's shrill voice cuts through the moment, rupturing my eardrums in patience. I pull away, and Marina has already turned around to face them. The trio appear like specters out of darkness.
You left us behind!
Yeah, on purpose! We try to, at least. Yeah, I know she's the absolute... literally cock-blocking us. My god. Give a girl a break.
You were the ones who dragged us out here. I at least expect you to stick around.
Can't I fuck my girlfriend in peace on the Grand Canyon? Or do you want in on this? Because, I mean, I hate you, Mariah, but your boobas are nice, too. But Tess can't watch. She's too young. Cowed in submission, Marina's shoulders fall. Back off. I wanted to see the sunset without you sighing about it.
Whatever.
Oh my
It
god,
was a
why are you
waste of
clipping
time
that?
way.
Oh my god.
Come on, we're going back.
We're going back? Back to the future, Marty? Mariah? Mariah lopes off down the path at a brisk pace. Marina and Tess are back to photographing anything and everything, though the low light means that the pictures won't show up. Joseph and I trail behind at the end of the party.
How was the sunset?
Yeah, it was okay. Sighing, I pull ahead. Right now, even Joseph seems like a little too much. It was okay. The campsite has cleared up a lot since we set out this morning. It's still pretty full, but at least it's not claustrophobic anymore. It was fine until that bitch showed up and ruined it. Yeah, exactly. A few campfires eliminate people that are left behind, plus the smoke keeps the bugs away. All 5 of us huddle outside my RB. The good vibes are taking a while since Marina has to hug everyone at least twice. Then she says something to reignite the conversation and the whole process starts over. Finally, I grab the door handle and signal that we're just about done. Marina automatically begins the final round of hugs. That totally happens, right? You're just like, oh man, I'm gonna miss y'all. It's so much fun. I gotta go. Okay, yeah, see ya. Oh, and by the way, like next time, let's do this. And then, yeah, and then it's like, oh, but you know, oh, whoa, you gotta go, you know?
So, what's next for you guys?
Going to Disneyland. Maybe not.
Back to poring over the journal to see what we can find. Once we locate it, it's straight off to wherever.
I see. Joseph heaves a heavy sigh.
No rest for the weary.
Yeah, I know, right? Can't even kiss
You
girls.
don't get weary, Slacker. You get motivated.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, you should put that on a shirt.
You should put that on a shirt.
Would you buy one?
No.
Nobody would.
Then no.
Wow. All of us, even Mariah, laugh a little. Finally, Joseph puts his arm around Tess and starts to lead them away.
We'll get out of your hair for the night.
Can we do something now? Can we hang out in the RV? Starting down the path, they walk towards their motorhome. Wait a sec. They freeze. Marina looks at me too, curious. Next piece is almost definitely at Arches, in Utah. I hear Marina gasp, though I don't see it. Joseph and Tess look both to Mariah, their profiles barely visible from the flickering campfires in the distance. Mariah nods stiffly.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's probably the first time she's ever said that word. It probably is. With a wave of her hand, she turns and they finally leave. Marina and I both watch until they vanish out of sight. Then Marina squeals.
I'm so proud of you, Amber, and shocked. That was super nice of you.
I can't believe being nice is considered a shocking turn of events. Wasn't much. That one's pretty easy to figure out when you take the time. Probably saved them half an hour at best.
Still, it's the thought that counts. Why'd you do it, though?
Character development, exactly. Someone's got to take care of them, after all. I look away, pretending to scratch an itch on my cheek. They're not that bad. We ended up spending the night in a department store parking lot. There was plenty of rest stops, but those are off the table. Permanently. Like usual, I woke up pretty early and got us on the road again. Even after waking up briefly, Marina passed back out until we were already in Moab. Moab's the quintessential outdoorsy town. It's built alongside the Colorado River, winding through a canyon. Every other store sells rafting supplies or hiking gear or camping equipment. Also, it's a place with a missile silo. Even some of the houses are made to look like log cabins and other rustic architecture. You can see tall, forested mountains from any part of town, but it's not entirely out of the desert either. It's the time of morning when where most people are on their way to work. There's a disgustingly large amount of traffic. It's obvious why. Shovels and pickaxes stick out of truck beds and cracked windows like porcupine quills. At a glance, I'd say 3/4 of the people contributing to our glacial pace are prospectors, which means I don't have any room to complain. After watching the next light change 3 times, but still not reaching it myself, I sigh and pull into a nearby diner. At first, I was planning to grab some coffee and a bagel, and something for when Marina wakes up. But with her trademark perfect timing, I hear her climb out of bed right as I turn off the RV.
We there? Is this Arches?
No. She stumbles up to the front, still looking mostly asleep. I don't know how she can still be tired. She must have gotten 10 hours of sleep. Close. We're in Moab. Arches is still a few miles up the road.
Oh, why'd we stop?
'Cause I'm hungry, and traffic's practically stalled. Could be lunchtime before we get there.
You were just gonna eat without me?
No, I was gonna get you a bagel. Even though through her grogginess, she sounds shocked and offended. I was gonna grab you something to go, but I will eat without you if you don't get ready fast.
Meanie.
Yeah, complain about me once you're dressed. I can see the start of a smile as she turns her back to get ready. I inspect my nails while I wait. A few minutes later, and she hops up front like the Easter Bunny, chipper as ever. It's like your energy is stored in your outfit or something. You get dressed and wake right up. Marina puts on airs.
I don't know what you mean. I'm always cheerful and alert.
Aw, you are. Did you know that you snore? Her pretenses dropped in a flash.
Do not.
I will. You do. I lead the way out of the RV. Loud, like an elephant seal. Marina blusters about for a retort, but while I just wait by the door, laughing. She makes a sound as she passes by me, crossing the parking lot. Still, she holds the door for me as we go into the diner. There's a seat yourself sign up near the front, along with a stack of menus. I grab 2 off the top. Did you need a kids menu with the crayons? I'm just teasing her more, but her face lights up.
Oh, they have those? Yeah, give me one.
Aww, yeah. You know what? We miss kids menus. I like those crayons. You can do some, fun crayon stuff in a diner. Hey yo, hell yeah. Mentally facepalming, I also take a coloring sheet and cup of crayons. We find a booth by the window near the middle of the restaurant, between a family of 4 and a couple around our age. It might be the only empty spot in the whole place. While I look over the breakfast specials, Marina eagerly begins to color. She's got a dark green, 2 shades of red, a blue, and a yellow crayon. Is she drawing the gang? I bet she's drawing the gang. Of course, they're worn down to being practically round at the bottoms, which makes it hard for her to stay inside the lines. When I shift my legs, I accidentally bump the table with my foot and cause her to make a large green streak across the personified eggs she was coloring. Oops. Sorry.
It's okay. What is it they say? There are no mistakes in art, just happy accidents?
Happy accidents. Something like that. Why green?
Do you not see what I'm coloring here? Sam I Amber?
Oh my god. I groan aloud at her awful joke. I'm saved from more of them by the arrival of the same waitress who greeted us. Her white uniform is stained with jelly and ketchup, and who knows what else.
Can I get you girls something to drink?
Yes.
I'll have some chocolate milk, please.
Chalky milk. Her already questionable maturity suffers another blow. With the crayons in her hand, I'm not sure it can stand to take any more hits.
And for you?
Coffee, black. Just coffee, no cream or sugar.
You got it.
Yeah. Once she walks away, I nudge Marina with my foot. Chocolate milk? Seriously? Are you 8? Mimicking my voice, Marina shakes her shoulders.
Black coffee? Seriously? Are you 40?
Now, you can start drinking black coffee at any age, okay? Hey now, I like the taste of coffee itself.
And I like the taste of milk itself. Just with chocolate.
You're a dork.
But you love me.
She chimes back in a sing-song voice. I know what she means, but it still causes a small lump to form in my throat. I swallow, trying to pretend that she didn't hit a little too close to home. Don't you just hate it when that happens, when people are like just kind of, teasing at you, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm not actually in love with you or anything. I'm not like... Did they actually confess to each other? No, they haven't. She's just joking around. It's just a funny little joke, guys. And then now you're kind of like, oh no. I'm gay. Yeah, you know, that feeling. I know that feeling all too well. I watch her while she goes back to coloring human breakfast hybrids. Her lips are pursed in concentration, and there's a little gleam of white as she bites the edge of one. Seems like she's focused. Surprisingly, she almost manages to stay inside the lines of the pictures. Hooray for girls kissing, yeah. What if we crushed on each other as a prank? Yeah, as a prank, you know? It's like we're just, okay, we're just gonna be like chat. Wait, no, wrong. We love you. We love you so much, chat. As a joke. As a hee hee ha ha joke. We love you, chat. Yeah, no, that's not happening. That's absolutely a joke. I care about you all, though. You're good. You're good. You're good beans. All right. Where were we? Right. Visual novels. Yeah. Seems she's really focused. Surprisingly, she mostly manages to stay inside the lines of the pictures. Rather than trying to use the dull tips, she switched to the flat round ends, using the edges for more precision. It's kind of working. You care about us? Seriously? Thanks. Without looking up, she starts. Ow! Without looking up, she starts to chat again.
So, where do we start looking today, Captain?
I don't know, co-captain. Oh, you finally acknowledged me as captain then, huh?
I figured you deserve a turn. Just this once.
Thanks. I'll try not to let you down. Anyway, I have no idea.
You said you think it's by one of the arches, right?
One of them. One of the, like, 2,000 of them, yeah. Well, yeah, but that doesn't really narrow it down. Pausing her coloring, she looks up at me.
It doesn't?
Nah. Have you ever seen any pictures of the park?
A couple, I guess. I don't know much about it, though.
Well, they named the park after the arches since there are so many of them. Probably hundreds.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, and some are more famous than others. Let's see. There's Windstone Arch and Double Arch. There are some of the more those are some of the more famous ones. Probably seen pictures of those, even if you don't know it. The McDonald's arches, yeah. But there are a ton of lesser-known ones too. And for all we know, the treasure could be at one of them that don't even have a name.
So we're screwed.
Yeah, kinda. Probably, but that doesn't mean we're giving up. Marina nods in satisfaction, either at my words or the slice of blue ham she just finished coloring. McDonald's, 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 McDonald's. I don't want to lose twice in a row, so I figure we'll go and look around and see if there are any clues. Maybe watch what other people are doing and thinking. Marina nods along, but she has a zoned out look that tells me she's not really listening. Rather, she seems to be staring past me. I turn, trying to figure out what might be attracting her attention. There's nothing except the other groups eating. I make awkward eye contact with the old lady right beside us, and I quickly face forward. Hello? Inspecting the walls? My words seem to break the spell.
Huh?
You totally spaced out there.
Oops, yeah. Sorry, I just started thinking.
Oh, that's dangerous. Before I can ask her about what, our waitress returns. Our drinks are balanced on a tray alongside a few other guests. Marina's chocolate milk comes in an enormous tin cup. That's the size of my forearm. And there's an entire pot of coffee for me. She sets them down on the table between us.
You girls ready to order?
Can I get waffles? Whoops, I haven't looked through the menu once. I flipped through it real quick, settling on a standard meal. You good? Marina nods. I'll have the gentleman's breakfast with bacon. Eggs over medium and sourdough toast.
And for you?
I'll have the chocolate chip pancake platter with scrambled eggs.
Oh my god, you love the chocolate.
You want the kids' meal or the regular?
Say kids' meal. Say the kids' meal! I choke on my drink as I laugh and feel Marina's foot crash against my leg, whimpering at that and the dribble of coffee on my chin. I massage my shin under the table. Marina frowns at me and the waitress gives me a strange look. Then the typical angelic expression returns as Marina places her order.
The regular, please and thanks.
But I bet if you got the kids' meal, it would have had like a little smiley face on it. Wouldn't you want like the smiley face on your pancakes? Come on, Marina! Live a little!
We'll have that out for you pretty soon.
Oh, thanks. Once again, she heads back to the kitchen, heels clicking against the tile floor. While she's out of sight, Marina begins a flurry of kicks on my shins. Though these ones aren't hard enough to hurt. Scurrying backwards in my seat, I draw my legs up closer to me.
Rude! Rude, rude, rude!
Oh, woo! Come on, you were asking for it with the food and the milk. Waitress asking that was just icing on the cake. The pancake.
It's not my fault you sophisticated adults don't appreciate chocolate like I do.
You have a bigger sweet tooth than anyone I've ever met. Seriously, how many cavities have you had? Probably 0.
None. I brush my teeth twice a day, every day. The last time I went to the dentist, he said my teeth were so shiny he could see his reflection in them.
Hell yeah. Clean Teeth Club here. And when was that? She thinks about it for a minute.
Maybe 3 years?
Marina, please go to the dentist! That doesn't count anymore then.
When was the last time you had chocolate milk?
That's not the same argument. Now I have to think about that. I don't drink a whole lot of milk to begin with, and as for chocolate... maybe when I was a little kid? I don't know.
Amber, you poor, poor thing.
She slides her giant cup towards me, some sloshing over the sides of her sides and her face. Haste.
Try it.
Dredges of milk surround the rim of the cup from Marina's sipping. All across from me, she waits, looking eager. I'm surprised she's not bouncing like normal. After sighing exaggeratedly, I pick up the cup and down a large gulp, trying not to think silly, cliche thoughts about indirect kisses. To my surprise, the drink is really good. It's got a deeper, rich flavor than the stuff you get in jugs at the store. I can tell that they made it themselves in the kitchen. It's not overwhelmingly sweet. In fact, it's perfect. Damn, I don't know if I'm disappointed or not, giving her the satisfaction of being right. My pride aches. As I push the cup back towards Marina, she receives it with a sly smirk.
So?
She draws out the word, already knowing my answer. It wasn't bad. That's all I'm willing to concede. She laughs and takes another sip. After setting the cup down, she has a thick milk mustache on her upper lip. I watch with inappropriate fascination as her tongue comes out and cleans it away. Marina grabs the sweet sheet she was coloring and then pushes that over to me as well.
Wanna color something?
Oh my god, you've already gotten me to try chocolate milk. I'm not gonna fucking color.
Well, you're acting like a kid and all.
Ah! I roll my eyes, but snatch away the crayons that she offers. Most of the pictures, all of them breakfast foods with faces and dated outfits, have already been colored in. There's a stylish looking piece of bread with a dress and a wig that's still blank though. I color the dress with the green crayon as lightly as I can and use the lighter shade of the red for the hair. Oh my god. When I'm done, I hold up the page to show Marina. It's you. You're bread. I'm gonna bread you. She leans in.
Huh?
The colors. Look, your toast. She collapses backwards, and as if my pun physically wounded her. She shakes her head and looks down while I crack up. Eggs, fucking man. Man, fucking eggs.
That was even worse than Sam I Amber.
I just got Sam I Amber! Fuck, that's bad! Oh my god. Thanks. Uh-huh. You butter step up your game.
Please, stop.
I don't plan to. The only thing that saves her is the arrival of our waitress right then. That's pretty fast service considering how busy this place is. Keeping in style with our oversized beverages, the portions are enormous. Are we at a Black Bear? Hell yeah, that looks delicious. The plate that Marina's pancakes are served on is so large it looks like it could have been used as a shield back in medieval times. And the pancakes form a tower that's probably about half a foot tall. You ever had like hubcap pancakes? They're amazing. They're like the size of a hubcap. They're huge. They're way too much food. You're gonna die trying to eat it all, but like, you know, it's a good kind of dying, right? My own meal arrives on a similarly giant plate. We have to scramble and move our drinks around just to make room. There's hardly any empty space.
Can I get you girls anything else?
A bigger table, perhaps? Marina shakes her head, but I look down at the table as I mumble. Can I get a glass of chocolate milk, please? As the waitress departs yet again, I glance over, prepared for the inevitable teasing, but instead Marina just stares at her food, dumbstruck.
Maybe I should have gotten the kid size.
Oh no! Aww. You eat what you sow. I finish about half of my meal before the dismay sets in. There's no way I can possibly finish this. Most people I know couldn't eat this much food in one sitting. This is why you have a to-go box. Every bite is a struggle. Stop trying to eat everything. Take it to go. Get a doggy bag. You're not admitting defeat. You can have lunch. Marina's faring similarly. Her plate of eggs is nearly untouched, just because there's so much pancake to work through. And I can tell that pancake fatigue, that feeling that you get halfway through them and then realize you're sick of pancakes, has long since set in for her. You love eating everything. Yeah, but like sometimes you're just like, oh my god, this is way too much fucking food. I need some for dinner, and I'm gonna eat this for dinner instead. And then you realize I don't want to fucking eat pancakes for dinner. But like you're still gonna be eating pancakes for dinner because that is all that's left. And that is all that's in your fridge. Because you forgot to go shopping. Sick of pancakes? Impossible. Are you sure about that? I mean, like, we get pretty sick of pancakes sometimes. We've eaten a lot of pancakes. She cuts off a bite and looks at it for a while, and then sets her fork down.
I think I'm done.
Oh no. Yeah, you and me both. The largest plate I have consists of a mess of potatoes, cheese, and bacon, and eggs laid over it. And then of course, there was the toast, fruit, and sausage, which each got their own smaller plate. I'd have ordered from the kids' menu too if I'd known this was how it would be.
I don't think I'll ever want pancakes again.
No, you're gonna want pancakes in about 2 months. Trust me on that. For once, I don't have any snarky remarks. Anyone would be sick of them after what she just went through. Well, we'll get some boxes to go. At least we have food for a week now, if we ever get stranded. After our waitress brings us our bill in styrofoam containers, we head back out to the RV. It looks like traffic hasn't gotten much better in the 45 minutes that we've been out of it. The cars are still pressed bumper to bumper. Sidewalks are also full, with swaths of pedestrians making better time than the traffic. I wonder if it's always this busy, or if people are just deciding not to drive. Gonna head out? Alright, thank you so much for hanging out, Soda. Like, Take care out there. Thank you. All right. Once we're ready to go, I take us over to the edge of the parking lot. As expected, the constant stream of cars makes it impossible for us to get out. I watch impatiently for an opening in traffic, but can't see one for miles. That's when you just ram yourself in. You just go like, I am merging in, fuck you. Right? You don't know how to... This is city driving, okay? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, come on! Press my forehead to the steering wheel. I've been sitting here for minutes now. Did you know that we got stuck in downtown traffic once for like an hour? Like, we were stuck on the same block for 40 minutes. And a total of an hour over like 3 blocks. It was torture.
Is there another exit we could use? Onto a different street?
Yeah. I look and check mirrors. Don't see anything. The edges of the diner property are surrounded by cream-colored fence. Nope. Marina begins to sigh. That quickly turns into a sound of surprise.
Amber, look!
Oh no. She points past my face and out the window. An older lady in a little hatchback sedan has stopped to let us out. 2 of us wave at her as we finally lumber onto the road itself.
Hey, I'm glad somebody was nice at least.
You just gotta poke your head in. You gotta, like, just absolutely threaten people with a crash, okay? That's how you get into traffic. Yeah, still a long way to go, though. The long line of cars extend as far as I can see before it finally goes out of sight around a bend in the road.
Why do you think it's so much busier here than the other places we've been?
Probably because it's, like, pretty apparent for people. Arches is one of the most popular national parks. Like, when you think parks in the US, you think of Arches and the Grand Canyon and Yosemite. That kind of thing. I think of Yellowstone. So I think a lot of people will be at those big spots.
Think it'll be like Shiprock again?
Maybe. What, with the megaphone and law enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Probably not. These parks are a lot bigger and more spread out. Way harder for people to have people watching. Their only option would be to straight up close.
And then you have horrible people who sneak in and out of bounds anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Who would ever do that?
Nobody we know, that's for sure.
Uh-huh. It's okay. Once we're filthy rich, we can make a donation to the canyon or something.
Let's just buy the canyon and pay to have everything reconstructed.
Oh my god, that is not how it works! Perfect. Takes a while, but we finally make it past all the stoplights. After that, it's still slow going, but at least it's steady. Maybe 15 minutes pass. Maybe 15 minutes pass crawling through town before things start to pick up. Still a couple miles away, I can finally see the exit for the park itself. Some people continue past, staying on the highway, but most are in line for Arches. At least there's a whole lane for people like us. Traffic is congested, like my nose in winter, but the end is in sight. May as well get comfy. We're gonna be here a while. Taking my advice, Marina leans back and props her feet up on the dash. Her dress bunches up by her knees, leaving most of her legs exposed. I sneak a few guilty glances from the corner of my eye. If I didn't know better, I'd think that all the skin she was showing was intentional. But it's Marina, which means she's not even conscious about this stuff. Or me, for that matter. I wonder if she knows that I'm, into her. To distract myself, I grabbed the box of tapes. Kept the music off earlier so that Marina could sleep. Hey, wanna pick this time?
Sure.
Setting it in her lap, she begins to rummage through the bin. I'm pretty sure that she knows all of the music I have by now. We've listened to every tape at least once, and I have an okay feeling for what she likes and what she doesn't. Sometimes she taps her fingers on the beat to the beat or hums along while she likes what we're listening to. If she doesn't, she flat out ignores it. The one she settles on is an album of instrumental folk songs, very stereotypically Western sounding. It's a little high energy for just sitting in traffic, but That's alright. It's better than nothing. We just listen to the music, which I've cranked up loud while we wait. The album's nearly half over by the time we finally make it through the park gates. Beyond them, traffic mercifully lets up some. Not because there are fewer cars, there are more cars than rocks to be seen. But a lot of these people are pulled off the shoulder, or cramped into parking spots. Nearly every inch of pavement that doesn't have a car on it has a person instead. Also, there are different trails and forks in the road, so not everyone is going in the same direction. Being able to drive without having to tap the brakes every couple of seconds is a relief. A pickup truck towing a trailer pulls off to the shoulder ahead and back onto the road, so I take his spot. Putting it in park, I take a swig of stone cold coffee. Want to grab the pamphlets? We snagged a couple of brochures back at the diner. They don't have a whole lot of info, but they're a starting point. Hey yo, look at that. Marina retrieves them and spreads them out on the table like puzzle pieces. Alongside them is the journal. Its spine has lost all its strength and the pages just flop around. So the journal says it's buried between two things.
Right, but something out of the way.
Okay. Peering out of the windshield and to the expanse of beyond, there's a lot that could be considered out of the way. It'd have to be something memorable, or at least he'd come back and have no idea where to go.
And anything memorable is probably gonna be something popular, right?
Exactly. Yeah. She flips through some of the pamphlets. They all have the same information on the same landmarks, with just slightly different pictures. Wait. She was about to toss one of them, but it catches my eye. Hand me that. Marina passes over the brochure, and I turn to one of the inner pages. It has only one picture and a longer paragraph of text. I read aloud. One of the most famous landmarks in all of the park, Double Arch, is a fan favorite. Recognizable for its two elegant curves, Double Arch can be accessed via a short hike and is open to exploration. I hold up the flyer so she can see the picture. It's of two huge arches of stone, connected up one side, but otherwise perpendicular from each other. She snatches it out of my hand for a closer look, nearly cutting my fingers.
Oh my god, you think it's between the two of these?
That makes sense, right? You'd probably remember how it looks, and it's kind of out of the way. The papers whiz past my face as Marina hurls them backwards and she points forward.
Choo-choo, full steam ahead!
Choo-choo! I throw the RV back into drive and pull out onto the road again. There are signs everywhere for Double Arch, so we don't need the map that we got at the gate. We pass signs for the other landmarks too. Some with pretty weird names. There's the Parade of Elephants for one thing, which is the same direction as Ham Rock. There's even a phallic sounding rock simply called the Organ. All of those are down exits we don't take. Instead, we soon end up in the back of yet another traffic jam. Marina stares out the window as we creep along. Where we are right now is nearly indistinguishable from the highways we've spent so much time on. There are a few actual arches around, but none distinct enough to get any real attention. Inch by inch, we advance down the road until we finally come to the parking lot for Double Arch. Only problem is, it's totally full. Not just busy, but packed. Every parking spot is taken, with a few cars jammed into empty space that's clearly not meant for that. Like lice, people swarm up and down the arch itself, visible even from the road. At least this time, it isn't off limits.
Looks like everyone else had the same idea.
Looks like. Don't sound so glum. We can still go take a look.
If we can ever find somewhere to park.
We could just, park on the arch. Yeah, that's a pretty big if. The entire caravan passes by the parking lot. There's at least a dozen cars behind me, too. Maybe a half mile up the road, we come across another lot. Up for a bit of walking?
Yeah.
quickly take one of the remaining spaces. There's a few openings here. Looks like most people aren't willing to walk, as Marina is. Some of the cars behind us pull in too. Man, look at that rock. We opt to leave the metal detector and other equipment in the RV for now. If we see anything that looks promising, we can come back and grab it. That's going to be so much effort, though. The walk back up to Double Arch doesn't take long. It's nice to be outdoors again. We have to stick to the very edge of the road to avoid the stream of cars flowing towards us. Seems there was more than a dozen behind us after all. There's a short hike from the Double Arch parking lot to the arch itself. It's an easy one, and we don't even break a sweat. Up close, it's obvious that there aren't many people here, just to see the sights. Almost everyone is carrying a shovel or other tool. There is a pair of park rangers watching, but they don't seem to be intervening at all. They just slouch against a wooden fence, looking defeated. Can you imagine how big of celebrities we'd be if anyone here knew we found the Shiprock treasure? I whisper as quietly as I can to Marina.
Right? I was thinking about that earlier. I kind of wanted to show off, but that's probably not a good idea.
Like anyone would believe us anyway. But you don't have to have your face all over the New York Times as one of the girls who found the... But you don't want to have your face all over the New York Times as one of the girls who found the treasure?
Being in the local newspaper is on my bucket list.
Local newspaper. Dream big, Marina.
And my friends from school would totally have a heart attack when they found out.
Absolutely.
But don't they always say to keep it a secret if you win the lottery?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, otherwise people will never leave you alone. You get all sorts of messages from people you used to know or long-lost relatives.
I have enough not lost relatives to deal with.
Oh, woo.
Plus, I don't want to get kidnapped and held for ransom or something like that.
Yeah, that would suck.
What about you?
No way. I'm just gonna quietly retreat into one of my 3 mansions when all of this is over.
Oh, you're only gonna buy 3?
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta save the rest of my 14 new... gotta save the rest for my 14 new motorhomes, after all. She giggles.
Do I get to drive one of them?
As long as they don't get, sold off for parts. Why not? But you could buy your own,
No way! I'll just come bother you if I need one.
Wow, so cheap. We've gotten as close to the arches as we can. The mob of sweaty people is too thick for us to push our way through. There are dozens of people sweeping over the dusty ground with metal detectors. Hanging back around the edge, Marina's smile fades away quickly. Yeah, this is a bit of a mess. People jostle and push each other out of the way. It's hard to believe anyone is actually prospecting so much as they are just trying to not lose their spot.
Maybe we should come back later?
I don't know if it'll be any better later, but maybe. I guess, but if the treasure is here, I feel like someone would have found it by now. Just like back at Canyon de Chell? Canyon de Chell. This must have been going on for a few days now.
Yeah.
All the enthusiasm she had a minute ago when we were joking around has evaporated in the desert sun. A rock skips past my foot as she kicks out the dirt. I poke her and she yelps in surprise. Hey now, I'm not saying we give up. I'm just saying we regroup and strategize. Go see the rest of the park in the meantime. Didn't you say you wanted to see this place for a while?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, let's go look at some rocks. It's obvious that she's still bummed, but there's nothing I can do about that. Once we're back in the motorhome, we leave the busy main road ASAP and spend a little while seeing the sights from our air-conditioned comfort. Marina's mood steadily improves throughout the day, counteracted only by our growing hunger. As we pull back into Moab, we're both ravenous. Didn't you take home a bunch of pancakes and food? Want to just heat up our leftovers? Exactly.
Hmm.
Are you sick of pancakes? Guessing that's a no.
I'm not ready for pancakes again yet. I need a day or maybe a week.
Those pancakes are gonna go wrong or go bad. You know, I can eat the pancakes and you can have my, like, you know, eggs and bacon. By the way, speaking of which, we are about to start our break, and so I think I'm going to take our break here, go do our BRB, and, you know, get some more water and stuff. So we'll be back in like maybe 5 or so minutes, and we can continue right along. All right. Nya, 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 nya. Hi, y'all. How'd it go? How's your break? I had a great break. I had some chips and got some more water. You know, I almost had the option to have pancakes this morning, but we had a breakfast burrito instead. Every time we think we want pancakes, we just don't get them. Because other things always catch our eye. One day we will have pancakes. Or waffles. We want waffle. Honestly, we haven't had a waffle in like years. We want a waffle. Okay. Oh, moo. Let me know if you see somewhere you want me to stop. Breakfast burritos are good. Yeah, no, they're totally good. Like, I think breakfast burritos are now our staple go-to breakfast thing. More than, like, the all-American breakfasts, right? Like, you know, having some sunny side up eggs and bacon and stuff, like, and some toast. That's nice, but honestly, burritos. Handy, easy to go, hash browns, perfect. Now that it's approaching evening, there aren't any more massive traffic jams going towards Moab. We can cruise through at a steady pace, just like when we first got into Arches. Until I slam on the brakes. You're kidding me! Marina had been slouching, but bolts upright at the sudden stop.
What happened?
Just a few feet ahead, in the parking lot of the diner we ate at this morning, is Mariah's motorhome. Look at them. Look at that. It's them. I point, and Marina leans forward. When she recognizes their RV, she grins.
Should we go see them?
Again, we're gonna go back to the friggin' same diner? What? No way. That's extra reason to avoid that place.
But Amber, maybe we could see about teaming up for the treasure here or something.
Oh my god. That'd never happen. Mariah would rather lose every time than have our help. Besides, it's not like...
Please.
Oh my god. Already giving up on my head. Already giving up in my head. I give Marina one last desperate look. Seriously?
Yeah, even if we don't team up, it'd be nice to see them again.
We just saw them yesterday. We spent the entire day yesterday together. Not sure if nice is the word I'd use. Despite my muttering, I flick on my blinkers and change lanes, pulling into the parking lot yet again. Like this morning, it seems pretty busy. I have to park next to Mariah's RV because it's the only spot large enough. Marina skips out towards the entrance while I trudge behind her. Doesn't take long to find the trio. Even amongst all the eccentric people that the hunt has drawn, their questionable fashion sense stands out. They have a large table near the back, bigger than the one Marina and I ate at this morning. Joseph and Tess share a bench, while Mariah's spread across the opposite side. It's probably supposed to look sultry, but it comes across more like the bench is devouring her. When she sees them, Marina scurries to the back, hand raised in greeting. I bring up the rear, still slow.
Hey, guys!
Tess and Joseph both wave, the latter smiling when he sees us. Mariah looks surprised for a second, but then scowls and turns toward the wall. The feeling is mutual.
Hey, imagine running into you two here. Just get into town?
Nope, we've been here all day. We actually ate breakfast at this place this morning.
Why are we back here? Yeah, you're always a couple of steps behind us, I guess. Mariah's glare is stonier than Double Arch itself. But of course, he keeps looking at the wall instead of us. Joseph laughs, though.
Here, let's break bread.
Let's break some bread. Let's get that bread. He and Tess scoot down the booth, making some room, which Marina promptly fills. I'm left next to the smoldering fury that is Mariah. She moves her leg, just a little, but enough for me to sit down. Thanks, and sorry to barge in on you guys like this.
It's no problem. More the merrier.
Yeah?
I hope you don't expect us to cover your bill.
No, don't worry about it. Groaning, Joe puts his hand over Tess's ears.
Could you at least try not to be a pain in the ass between the hours of 5 p.m. and 6 in the morning? It would make my life a lot easier.
Oh, so you want her to stop pegging you? That's, I mean, like, you know. If you don't like it, just tell her. He uncovers Tess's ears and gives us a blank look.
She's right, though. There's no way we can afford that.
Oh, woo.
We had to dine and dash for breakfast.
So what about you? How long have you been here?
We got in around lunchtime. Spent forever and a half stuck in traffic, though.
He sounds worn out. I wonder if Mariah ever lets him drive, or makes him. Us too. We're gonna look around Double Arch, but it was too busy.
Yeah, we took one look at it and just kept driving. Didn't even want to try it.
Sis said anyone who bothered to get out was a
You weren't supposed to hear that.
What did she say, Tess?
I told you, this girl hears everything.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, we were thinking about heading back this evening. See if it maybe cleared out some.
We were gonna do that too. I was telling Amber that we should see if maybe you guys wanted to team up and we could look together.
Yeah? Hell no! The two of us look at each other. Seems all that we ever agree on is not sticking together. No offense to you, Joe. Just didn't want to, you know, trail off trying to think of an excuse that didn't want to deal with Mariah, which is the truth. Hi, Scarth, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. But Joseph just laughs and waves it off.
Nah, I get what you mean. Don't think Mariah would be too fond of splitting the goods either.
Marina frowns, but perks back up after just a second. Soon, a waitress comes to take our order. Marina and I are careful to order meals on the smaller side, just sandwiches with fries. On the other hand, Mariah's order comes with a bunch of requirements as to what can and can't be on it. By the time she's made so many substitutions and extras, it hardly resembles the item described in the menu.
So, I can tell you ladies that it's not at the Parade of Elephants, and Delicate Arch was a no-go too. Think we might try Skyline next.
I see. Good luck, I guess. Wonder how many of those the miner would have known about, though. Pretty sure the park wasn't founded till after the gold rush. Joseph shrugs.
Amber knows a lot about these places. She's like an encyclopedia.
I can feel my face flush, like always when she praises me. Not really. I just know bits and pieces.
Still, something to be proud of. Aren't too many girls your age who care about anything that happened more than 5 years ago.
Oh my god. It's really nothing special. I just spent a lot of time on the road when I was younger.
That's so.
Yeah. I appreciate his leaving it as an open-ended question rather than prying. Marina looks at me, eyes wide. Probably to see if I'm about to cry or something. I try to be nonchalant. Yeah, until I was in middle school. My grandpa used to drive me all over the country.
Sounds like a fun time.
It was. He, guess there's no point in hiding it. Plus, Joseph has that kind of disarming air to him, like he exudes calmness. Passed away a little while ago. I'm still a little... Tap my throat, hoping that gets my point across. It does. Joseph nods.
I'm sorry for your loss. I know how hard that can be.
Thanks. Marina's eyes flicker between me and Joseph. She must be pretty worried. So I force a smile, even though I can feel that growing glumness that shows up anytime I talk about Gramps. Meeting this dork has helped a lot, though. I jerk my chin towards Marina, who looks shocked, as if I could have been talking about anyone else. I spent a while moping around before that.
Family is good.
It's all about found family. I blink. It's so easy to forget she's there. Yeah, definitely. I hadn't really thought of it before, but Tess seems to be in a similar situation I was, growing up on the go and all. I'm curious how it happened, but I won't ask. Not my place. Far-off look seeps onto Joe's face. He stares out the window like he's gazing at something 100 yards away. Mariah glances up at him. For a second, if that, she even looks a little concerned. But then, it's right back to business as usual. She leers over at me and shoves herself back into the conversation.
So what are you going to do?
Uh-huh.
When all this is over?
She gestures around. Dinner?
No, dumbass! I meant the treasure hunt!
Oh.
Forget it. I don't actually care.
Okay. Dunno yet. Mare and I have been kind of talking about that.
She's gonna buy 3 mansions.
I'm gonna buy 3 mansions. Yeah, that I'll have plenty of time to figure out in my mansions. 3 of us chuckle, but the conversation trails off. Tess and Marina are working on coloring Tess's menu. From what I can see, it has different characters than the one this morning. They look like they make a good team. Each of them work on separate pictures, but switch from time to time. So Marina will color the hair of one character, then Tess colors the clothes. Despite not talking at all, they don't ever get in each other's way. Joseph also observes from above, smiling slightly. He's usually the one to play with Tess, so it must be nice for her to have some company. On the other hand, like a jug of milk, Mariah's mood seems to be getting more and more sour. I don't even know what she's mad about this time. Maybe something's happened before we showed up. Or maybe it's because we showed up. Either way, she ought to have memorized every single detail of the wall she's been staring at this entire time. She doesn't look up until our food arrives a little bit later. Oh damn, that is so much food! It's a good thing we have a large table because there's still hardly any room left once all the plates are set down. My sandwich is so big it takes 2 hands to hold, and I have enough fries to sustain Ireland for the winter. Damn. When Marina picks up her sandwich, all the ingredients pour out the back. She quickly gives up trying to reconstruct it and just uses a knife and fork instead. Watching the other 3 eat is amusing too. Joseph chews with slow, measured bites, whereas Mariah attacks her meal like it owes her money. Across from her, Tess is cutting up chicken tenders with surgical precision. Marina catches me staring and smiles at me covertly. Seems she noticed too. Mariah is the first to finish eating. I'm just a couple bites behind. That's embarrassing. She wipes her face with a napkin, then finally looks at me.
Where are you two staying?
I don't know, in our camper? Could be an innocent question, or it could be a trap. Around, we'll find a parking lot somewhere.
You thieves are gonna have a late start then.
I guess. Don't tell me you planned ahead and got us campsite.
Don't be stupid. Of course not.
Then what are you doing?
Like, that's not what I meant.
I scoff as she backtracks to keep from insulting herself.
What I mean is, there's no way they're gonna bother checking every single permit. There's too much going on right now.
Oh my god.
Just pick a nice spot out of the way, don't make trouble, and it'll be fine.
Oh my god. Joe flatly stares at Mariah.
Easier said than done.
Good luck with that. I don't want to take the risk. On foot, if you're trespassing and get caught, most of the time you'll just get thrown out. But I don't want our license plate getting written down or something if we were to do what she suggests. Mariah shrugs.
Suit yourself. Don't say I didn't never try to help you.
Well, you're not really helping.
Didn't ever.
Yeah.
You ever camp here before, Amber? Sounded like you know the place.
A long time ago. I don't remember a whole lot. It's just good at remembering names, I guess.
Useful skill to have.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it used to be, before we'd go anywhere. Gramps and I would research the place we were going. History and stuff like that.
You sure learned a lot of useful stuff from him, huh?
Yeah. Always wanted to make him proud. He used to say I was a real chip off the, My words catch in my throat. Not because I'm emotional, but because I just realized something. Remembered it, rather. Mariah and Joe know it, too. Mine and Mariah's eyes lock, and she bolts up at my words. The other two look confused. We're leaving! Actually, I want to know how they sound like that. Woo.
We're leaving.
That's fast. That's some urgent. Oh, Joseph carries Tess on his shoulders. That's cute. Mariah sprints for the door without paying, and I nearly yank Marina's arm out of its socket as we run to the exit. Other diners turn to watch us, but I barely notice them.
Amber, what the heck?
Are we dining and dashing? We should pay. We should pay for the food. We should be paying for the food. Her voice is shaky from being jolted around. I know where the treasure is. I yell behind me as I turn to look and see the trio exit the restaurant close behind. Joe's carrying Tess on his back. I know where it is. I say it again to reassure myself. We reach the motorhome seconds after Mariah and her crew reach theirs. I practically hurl Marina up and into her spot before I leap into my own. Not even bothering to buckle up, I hurry towards the road. Less than a minute, and we're already falling behind. I watch Mariah's taillights as she speeds up the road, horn blaring to scare away the cars unfortunate enough to be in her lane. I'm going as fast as I dare to, worried about cops that would be lurking around one of the bends in the road. But I can't let her out of my sights. There's no room to pass yet, but I have to watch for an opportunity. With one hand, Marina clutches the headrest bar of her seat. Then she leans over and past my face, nearly causing me to swerve from shock. What are you... She grabs my seatbelt and buckles me in. Then she does the same for herself.
Okay, now that we're at least not gonna die if you hit something, can you tell me what exactly is happening?
Woo. She sounds a little frantic and a little curious. Okay, so do you remember Balanced Rock? It wasn't one of the places that we visited earlier today, but it's one of the spots that's on posters and in a lot of ads.
I think so, or at least hearing about it.
There used to be another really famous rock right next to it. Smaller, but a smaller shape and everything. They called it Chip Off the Old Block.
What do you mean, used to be?
I was getting to that. A long time ago, like 50 years or something, it fell. Now you can't even tell it apart from the rest of the rocks on the ground.
50 years. So that was...
Her eyes go wide in understanding. A fact which I look away from Mariah's rear to take in.
So it was still standing when the miner came through.
Yeah, exactly. I'll bet you anything he hid the treasure between the Balanced Rock and what used to be Chip. I look over again to smile at her, only to see genuine admiration and awe in her face. Her eyes are wide and her mouth slightly open. Like always, I can't look at her for too long, or it starts to make me uncomfortable. Nothing I've said or done is that impressive. Even Mariah knew about Chip. But instead of singing my praises again, she just faces ahead and with a little smile. Then her face crumples up.
Amber!
I see it. A semi has begun pulling out into the road ahead of us. There's no passing lane, so I can't get around him that way. Damn it! I tap the brakes since I'll have to stop and wait for him to get onto the highway. Ahead I can see Mariah, but just barely. A few of the cars behind us have exited, but her lead has grown. And so I make a quick, reckless decision. Hold on to something.
What are you?
I don't want her to finish her question, since she grabs onto her seat as she asks it. To answer, I yank the wheel to the left and into the other lane, even though it's a no-pass zone. Headlights far ahead are speeding towards us, maybe a quarter-mile away. Getting closer. A concrete barrier prevents me from going any further to the left. I smash the gas pedal to the floor, putting all my weight on it. Marina will begin to moan with dread at the oncoming car. It's a wordless sound, or maybe the start of my name. My heart is in my throat, and I can feel beads of sweat on my forehead. One slides down into my eye, but I can't wipe it away. We're even with the semi now, who seems to be stopping. He probably noticed me and is waiting for me to complete my illegal pass. The car ahead of us is close enough that I can see it in our headlight beams. It's a maroon SUV. They're braking as they approach. But I'm still accelerating, going so fast that I couldn't stop in time even if I wanted to. Like a missile, we shoot forward. I'm at least double the speed limit right now. We come even with the front of the semi, which is hardly rolling. The SUV has come to a complete stop, but there's barely any room between it and the semi now. And then, suddenly, we're past the cab of the truck. I wrench the wheel to the right, hard right, throwing us back into our own lane. We zoom past the stopped SUV, who gives me a well-deserved horn blaring. The bassy sound of the semi's horn also booms behind us. But it doesn't matter, because we're okay. We didn't die. A need to breathe hits me, and I realize that I've been holding it in. I sigh, adrenaline still coursing through me.
Oh my god! Amber!
Ah, woo. Her voice cracks and she starts to laugh, hysterically. I do too, laughing away the anxiety of the last minute. It felt like much longer. And it's not entirely over yet. Don't get too comfy. Her hands shoot back to where she was hanging on.
Uh-oh.
Just ahead, Mariah still has a lead, but it's shrinking quickly. I wonder if she saw how I caught up. Jamming the gas pedal down again, I start to narrow the distance even more. She takes the exit for Arches just a few seconds ahead of me. We've blazed through the entry point, flashing our passes at rangers who barely have time to check them. Even in darkness, there are lots of people on the sides of the road. I wonder if anyone else has had the same realization we did about Chip. Mariah's starting to gain ground again, so I mash the accelerator further down. But her motorhome is newer than mine, and it's hard for me to keep up. If I'm going to beat her there, I'll have to do it soon. I checked to make sure that Marina's still holding on tight. She is. Just a few feet behind Mariah's RV, I illegally swing into the other lane yet again. This is even more risky because of the way the roads curve all over the canyon. An oncoming car could round a bend and completely blindside us. Yeah, don't do this! This is a terrible idea. Please drive safely, and pass in a way that is strictly legal with the law. Hope that doesn't happen. By pushing the RV to its absolute limits, I'm able to break even with Mariah. Looking over, I can see a wild flare in her eyes. Hair is disheveled. Her expression changes to one of shock when she notices us beside her. I relish in the look of disbelief as I nudge the wheel to the right. There's a god-awful scraping as the motorhome brushes against Mariah's. Her eyes, as well as Marina's, widen. Seconds after we pull apart, Mariah's vehicle lurches toward us, and again, there's a sound that makes me want to rip my ears off. I fight to keep control of the motorhome and stay on the road. Awestruck bystanders watch as we pass by, but I hardly register them. You know, I think we're gonna get arrested at this point. Still neck and neck, we continue toward Balanced Rock. Though, through insane luck, or divine intervention, or something, the road ahead is clear. I won't try to shove them off the road again, because there are now steep drop-offs that could actually be fatal. But I do have to do something to gain an edge. Just arriving seconds before her isn't enough. A sign, visible for just a split second, informs us there are 5 miles to Balanced Rock. What might have been an arrow for an exit has been scuffed to You can't read it! Maybe that's our chance. Up ahead, barely illuminated by a flickering lamp, The road splits into two directions. A sign in the middle is smashed and folded in on itself. Maybe probably the result of someone's reckless driving. One of these paths leads to Balanced Rock, but I don't know which. I'm willing to bet Mariah doesn't know either. From Marina's window, I can see Mariah shoot me one final death glare before they rocket off down the exit. We stay on the other branch, though. I'm back in the proper lane now. Just gotta hope it's the right branch. As I start to calm down yet again, I realize my legs are shaking. Yeah, I mean, you almost died, okay? That was not safe driving. And you're in a fucking camper. You're probably like your truck is probably gonna like it's probably toast. Something probably got fried. Marina cranes around to watch Mariah's vehicle, which is quickly disappearing into the murk. Once it's fully out of sight, she turns back to me. Her face is white as her knuckles. You okay? Guilt stabs me. I may have seriously traumatized her with two incidents within minutes of each other. After taking a deep breath, she unclenches her fists.
Can we never, ever do that again?
Yeah.
That was insane. Super insane. Like, oh my god. I thought I was gonna die. Wait. Did we die?
Yes, we did.
Am I just imagining this now?
Yep. I don't think you could imagine stuff if you were dead, kid.
That's the kind of thing a dead person would say.
First time, huh?
Like in that one movie where it was all about that guy who could talk to dead people, except...
I was a kid, and the guy was dead. Fine, I'm 90% sure that we're not dead then.
Okay. 90%.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
And being a ghost might be kind of cool too. You could spy on people without them ever knowing.
Wow. I'll keep that in mind if there's ever someone I want to haunt. Like Mariah. Our voices are shaky, even though our conversation isn't serious. I keep checking the rear view, expecting to see headlights of Mariah's approaching vengeance, but so far we're in the clear. Each passing minute that we don't see the rock itself, though, makes me worried that we took the wrong turn. Right on the verge of turning around and tailing Mariah, another sign suddenly looms up ahead of us. We reached Balanced Rock. I slow down as we approach the parking lot. While not empty, there are far fewer people here than there were at Double Arch earlier today. A good number of them look like they might just be sightseers, since they're standing around talking or looking at the stars instead of searching. Parking is easy, since there are a lot of open spaces. When I stand up, my legs wobble. I stumble, grabbing Marina's shoulder for support. She smiles at me, but doesn't say anything. No more jokes to crack. It's time to get serious. We grab our equipment and hurry out into the night air. Solid ground feels foreign after the rocketing motorhome. This might be what it feels like to return from a voyage at sea. Marina, the landlubber, doesn't seem to be having any trouble now that we're not barreling along the highway. The Springer step has returned, and I worry that she's going to bang the metal detector against the ground as she half walks, half skips. Some of the other people watch us go, but no one follows or says anything. They probably assume we're just next in the line of failures. A line which must be pretty long, given how much trash and misplaced earth there is around here. Pangs of guilt remind me yet again of the broken brick at Canyon de Shell, and I make my umpteenth resolution to be more careful. Just ahead, Marina's come to a stop, head tilted back. I can tell she's admiring Balanced Rock. Certainly an impressive view. Someday, I'd like to take her back to all these places we've gone, but without the pressure of the treasure hunt rushing us. Just taking in the sight. I slow my steps a little, so I can keep watching from behind. Maybe sensing me, she spins around and waves.
Hurry up!
Oh, yeah. Find it. We'll find it. We're here. No one will know. I mean, no one... It's clear that no one's ever found it, right? Yelling even though I'm close enough to hear her normal volume level. Yelling even though I'm close enough to hear her normal volume level. I pick up the pace once more.
So where was Chip?
Over there, to the right. There's a large stone besides Balanced Rock itself, with a large, short slope between them. It was right at the edge of that little hill.
So where that pile of rocks is now?
Yep, that's the spot. You can't tell that there used to be anything there, but I've seen pictures in the atlases Gramps kept around, or in the history books he liked to read. Compared to Balanced Rock, Chip off the old block looked shiny, but it was actually a pretty decent size. There's a pile of stones at the base that are probably Chip's remains. They're indistinguishable from the rest of the red rocks, though. Some are as big as my head, or even bigger. It's hard to tell if anybody has picked through here, but since there aren't any shovel marks or holes, I'm guessing not.
Where do we start?
Let's just look around. I think for a moment. First, let's get the easy stuff out of the way. You go check that side with the metal detector, and I'll check this one. We sweep over the ground between the hill where Chip once stood and the massive stone wall beside it. Nothing. Okay, that's pretty much what I expected. I leave my metal detector against the wall and go back to the pile of rocks. Just check over the places that I uncover, okay? Marina nods. Holding her detector at the ready, she reminds me of a surgeon about to perform an operation. I roll aside some of the rocks with my feet, but most of them are so big that I have to scoop down and use my hands. There are more of them than I thought, and I'm soon sweaty and sore.
Do you want any help?
Nah. I'm panting. And just keep scanning. She does so, dutifully, retracing my steps. Still, nothing. After a couple minutes, I stand up and take a swig from a water bottle. I'm glad I remembered to bring them from this time. Marina sets down her metal detector to do the same.
Do you think Tess and them are okay?
Yeah, probably. Why wouldn't they be?
Don't you think Mariah's gonna flip out when she realizes she took the wrong turn?
Yeah, but that's on her. I don't think she'll take it out on Joe or Tess, right? Probably. That's her fault, though.
Not like you would have let her go down this side of the road.
Oh, woo. Hey, I did what I had to do.
Uh-huh. But you're never going to do that again, okay?
Maybe. If we get the next treasure too, I won't have to.
When we get it, you meanie.
Oh, woo. Right. When? Only one more to go after this. One more frantic search, and then I drain my water bottle and crumple it up before shoving it into my pocket. Don't litter. Do not litter. Right. Break's over. Back to work. I pop my back and resume moving rocks out of the way. I've been working from the outer edge of the rock pile inward, since they're more concentrated in the center. Like a shadow, Marina continues to stick to me, going where I go. Nearly 10 minutes of uninterrupted shuffling pass. By now, I'm expecting Mariah to have caught up or to get there soon. But she never arrives. Maybe she just gave up. Although, knowing Mariah, that's just wishful thinking. I've just finished moving a torso-sized rock when it happens. The metal detector begins to chirp, bright and earnest. Marina and I exchange a look, and I nod.
I'll get the shovel!
Aw. It's leaning up against the wall by the second metal detector. Marina grabs it and starts back towards me, then doubles back and to set her detector aside as well. I move to take the shovel from her, but she holds it away, shaking her head.
Nuh-uh. You moved all the rocks.
Yeah, but She frowns at me, and I can tell this is an argument I won't win. Okay. Be careful, though. Don't throw out your shoulder or anything.
I know what I'm doing.
Does she? I don't know. and she stabs at the ground like she's wielding a salad fork. It bounces off with a jolt. You need to go at it from more of an angle, like you're trying to slide it into the ground. I move behind her and adjust her arms a little. Her shoulders are damp with sweat, though I'm drenched with it too. She tenses up when I first touch her, but relaxes almost immediately. It's enough to make me self-conscious, though, and I take a quick step back. Sorry. I'm mumbling.
Oh, no, you're fine. You just surprised me.
Ah, woo. Her voice is higher than usual. It's okay, you should have it now. Nodding, Marina jabs at the ground again. She scoops out a little bit of dirt and dumps it aside. Watching her dig is painful. Either the ground is hard or she's not strong enough to make fast progress. Whatever the reason, it's slow going, but she refuses my repeated offers to take over. So with my hands on my hips, I watch as the hole very slowly gets deeper. She reaches a depth of maybe a foot or so when the shovel thumps against something that isn't dirt. Our eyes instantly meet. I stoop down and brush a little bit of the dirt away from the shovel blade. Sure enough, I can feel rough wood just under my fingertips.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. Now she forces the shovel towards me.
I don't want to mess it up.
Aw, dear. Okay, look out. She steps back a couple feet, but leans forward to watch. I scrape at the dirt around the spot that we hit, trying to find where the edges are. Once I reveal one corner, I start to dig thin slices of dirt next to it. Soon, the outline of the whole box is visible. I hear Marina suck in a sharp breath. My heart is pounding with the same cautious excitement I felt at Ship Rock. It hardly feels real, and yet... Well, there's only a 10% chance that I'm dead, and it isn't. I lift the box out of the ground with the blade of the shovel, and Marina plucks it off. It makes a familiar rattling sound as she moves it. Aww, she squeaks! But I hold up a dirty finger to my lips. Not yet. Looking back towards the parking lot, I can't tell if anyone has seen us. Seen us dig and find the treasure. Don't say anything until we get back to the car. She's a quivering leaf of excitement, but she manages to keep her mouth mostly shut for now. But not before hissing out an excited, "Amber!" I just smile, hoping that I look calm. Marina cradles the box in the crook of her arm like an infant, doing her best to keep it hidden from onlookers as we head back to the motorhome. She carries the shovel in her free hand, while I have both metal detectors. I don't even notice the soreness in my arms. We made it! Though it's not the first time the excitement of sitting down in the front of the sealed box of gold feels fresh. Though it's not the first time the excitement of sitting down in front of the sealed box of gold feels fresh and new. This one feels heavier than the last one, and it rattles less, like there's not as much empty space inside. Without being asked, Marina retrieves the screwdriver and hammer, what I've been using to smash the locks. She sets them down in front of me, but I offer them to her. Care to do the honors?
You sure?
I mean, technically you shouldn't be smashing that lock in. But she takes them. Yeah, why not? Her face lights up with a look of happiness that's worth more to me than the gold. If I'd known if it was such a big deal to her, I'd have let her do this back at Ship Rock. It takes her a couple tries, but she bashes the lock off without even damaging the rest of the box. She looks to me to open it, but I shake my head. Nope, that's all you. But she shakes her head too.
We worked together to find it, so we'll open it together.
We're gonna open it together. And she places her hand over mine, guiding it to the lid.
Ready?
Yeah. She maneuvers my hand to flip the box open. It's full of dull-colored nuggets, like a moldy fast food meal. Hell yeah, we did it. Hi, Panic Witch, how are you doing? I take one out, bouncing it on my palm and feeling the heavy softness that's almost familiar by now. Then I pass it to Marina, who treats it with her usual reverence. She gently sets it back into the box and then smiles.
We're pretty good at this whole treasure hunting thing, huh?
I shut the box and nod. Yeah, well, we're not bad. We did it! Yeah. Even when the box is closed, it radiates a heavy aura. One that's almost intimidating whenever I come near it. I place it in the drawer and seal it away, a sigh of relief following. 2 down, 1 to go.
Whoa, there's only one more piece left?
Yeah, I guess. I think so. There's only some experts writing about historical relevance after the next... there's only some experts writing about historical relevance after the next entry. Flopping down on the couch next to Marina, I take a sip of my coffee and flip to the final entry of the journal. Marina glosses over the page, a hazy look forming in her eyes as she soaks it in.
I can't believe it's almost over.
We're already pretty rich, actually, honestly. Yeah, it's weird that it hasn't been that long. The motorhome goes quiet, the buzz of the generator humming in the background. Well, it's not over yet. We still gotta figure out where it is. And then there's still the search. I think Marina's enthusiasm is becoming infectious. She simply nods, now just gazing into her lap. Well, let's see what it says. Excuse me for a second. After several days of travel, I believe I have finally arrived at my first destination. It is well known I have an astute eye for locations. After all, this is how I found my precious bounty, so it is no mistake that I easily found the perfect hiding place within this valley. I arrived on horseback at the blistering peak of noon, looking for shelter from the coming night. I began noticing something different, something distinct. Crimson. All of it. Shades lighter than pink and darker than blood. The color stained it all. From giant unmovable stones to the tiniest grains of sand, it was as if the land was absorbed. The land had absorbed the sun's heat and reflected it outwards. Even at sunset, the cave I settled in emanated a bright red glow that speckled out from its opening. That night, as I laid on the ground, watching the flames of my fire shoot up to the cave's roof, I wondered if there were more places like this out in this unsettled land. During my travels on the trail, I was too preoccupied with preparations to observe the world around me. But now that I have achieved success, maybe I shall. It would be a shame if my superb observational skills went to waste. Hey, we read over your journal entry. I was never certain about the other locations, and considering how many giant rocks, canyons, and arches are in this country, most of them are probably just a fluke. But this is unmistakable. The vivid and breathtaking imagery, the constant allusions to flames, and most importantly, the heat. He hid it in the Valley of Fire. That makes sense. Marina snaps back to attention, a conviction pulling her back from Marina Land.
Are you sure?
Yeah, pretty sure. Positive. There's no other place it could be.
Oh.
Oh? She might as well have shot down my momentum with an elephant gun. Oh? That's all?
Yep.
No. Ooh, or what's that, or place always on fire, or... She narrows her eyes to an unimpressed squint. If they could shoot lasers, they would be right now.
Amber, how dumb do you think I am?
I don't know. I didn't say you were
Always on fire, really?
Now I feel dumb for saying it.
Probably should.
Ouch. If her enthusiasm is infectious, then so is my unrelenting realism. It's corrupting her innocence.
By the way, what's the Valley of Fire?
Oh my god! Well, maybe not too infectious. Massaging my scalp, I shake my hair, hopefully creating enough new wrinkles in my brain that will help with explaining this. Alright, so take a bunch of rocks, sand, and dirt, okay?
Okay.
Now make most of it red. Yeah? My explanation is met with a vacant stare. I swear it's a lot cooler than I'm making it out to be. It's just kind of hard to explain. It's just kind of hard to explain without pictures.
Don't worry, I believe. Sounds awesome.
Hell yeah.
Where is it anyway?
A little ways into Nevada.
Nevada?
Nevada. Her knees bounce, jolting the table.
Are we even old enough to gamble?
I think so. You just need to be 18. There's more Nevada than Vegas, dummy. Yeah, there's also Reno. You can gamble in Reno. Also, most of Nevada is just... There's so much gambling in Nevada.
Still, isn't that pretty far?
There's also like the Clown Motel, the haunted graveyard next door. Nevada has a lot of interesting places. I should play more Truck Simulator, actually. That might work to our benefit. I'll need to check the map again, but I think we'll be passing by a place I want to check out. Her voice brightens.
You actually want to go sightseeing?
Yeah. Don't act so surprised. It's not like I was going to make a straight shot for California before I picked you up. Besides, I think you might like it. Though she does like virtually everything. It's a place called Zion. It's a national park here in Utah. I hear it's a hell of a lot greener than the places we've been through. I know we're in a rush, so we won't stay there long. She's going to burst from excitement, and I still can't resist messing with her. It's cute. But I guess if you don't think we can afford the time... Expect her to throw herself at me, hug me, squeeze me with all the energy and happiness she usually does it with. But she doesn't. Sitting perfectly still, Marina takes a single breath and gazes at me with a smile.
I've been surrounded by desert all my life. Seeing green for once would be nice.
Well, as soon as we're really filthy rich, you can buy yourself a house where there's green.
I'd love to go with you, Amber.
Aww. But do you want to buy a greenhouse? I bet you'd like a greenhouse. An unsettling hollowness expands in my chest as I realize I don't know how to deal with a serious Marina. Oh. Alright then. She doesn't answer, eyes now closed, arms folded in her lap, the empty, cooperative smile more forced than ever. Well, there's a lot of hours left in the day. I'm not sure if we'll make it in time to check into the campground, but we'll be close enough that we can do it in the morning if we leave now. Marina nods. We scooch out of the booth and walk the 10 awkward steps to our seats. Strapping ourselves in, I switch on the ignition, the RV snorting into being. I reach for the cassette player, then look to Marina, already lost in her thoughts, as she stares out the window. I don't have the heart. No. I don't have the courage to snap her out of it this time. Sighing, I bring my hand back without pressing play and pull the motorhome into drive. It's too bad, too. I think I'm really starting to like Marina's hugs. Hours and several cups of coffee later, we've arrived at our destination, or at least close enough to easily check in the morning, yet hidden enough to not get towed. Marina looks to the window, but her eyes drift back over to me, then mine to hers. For one drawn-out second, our eyes are interlocked. petrified by the other's stare. Then, time continues. Our heads swing in the other direction, so fast it takes my mind a few moments to catch up. The side of her cheek I can still see is flushed. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I find mine are too. I grip the steering wheel, then cautiously, without turning my head, look back to Marina. She notices our eyes connect again. Blush, rinse, repeat. The past 4 hours have been excruciating, especially while fighting the urge to throw on music. I wanted to give Marina the space she needed to say what she has to. Or give myself the space to blurt out what I needed to say. It was just... Again, Marina looks. I jump. We blush. Never the right time. Deciding I've had enough, I hop out of my seat and stretch. Marina follows. I grab my mug from the holder and drag myself across the scratchy carpet to the sink. A small jolt shocks my finger as I reach for the faucet. The mug slips from my hand and crashes onto the counter, splashing coffee everywhere. Crap.
Let me help.
Marina springs over and reaches for a kitchen rag, but I swat down her hand and grab it just as she does. Don't worry. Now we're forced to look directly at each other, but there's no blushing this time. I nod and pull away the rag as her fingers slide down the fabric. I got this. She stares down at the counter, the spilled coffee trickling onto the floor with a steady drip.
Oh.
Without another word, she slouches back onto the couch. If you give me a sec, I can... The bed's metal frame slams down with a loud crank that vibrates underneath my feet, followed by the couch cushions swishing past me, landing on the other side of the motorhome. For you. Damn it. Whatever, I'll deal with this in the morning. I toss the rag into the sink and head to the room, hesitating in front of the slider. Please don't let it end like this.
Amber.
There's a pause. Several times I hear small gasps, like she's about to speak, but they all just melt into sighs.
Good night.
Night. My hand balls into a fist, my fingernails clawing deep into my skin. I step into the room and shut the slider behind me, immediately throwing my face into the pillow. I can feel my heart pounding as I roll onto my back. Lying there, twisted up in my sheets, it just keeps beating and beating, never settling down. Managing to lift myself up on my elbow, I look at the pictures next to the slider. The one with the vinyl sleeve. I still remember how his hand felt against my head, the bony joints of his fingers, to how their calluses massaged my scalp. For such a breezy old man, it's amazing to think just how strong and confident his love was. I let my head fall back against the bed and rest my forearm over my face. Wow, thank you for head pats. We're about to head into another ad, so sorry about that. Oh man, what am I gonna do, Gramps? Gramps, we're sure in it now. Oh, woo. Okay, hold on a sec. Like, I'm gonna turn on a light. Maybe we're bad at reading comprehension, but like, we don't quite understand how that kind of resulted in that reaction. Like, I get that she's a little bummed, but also like, I don't know. Did I miss something? I don't understand why like Marina's so sad there. Like, maybe our reading comprehension is like garbage, but woo. I hope things work out. I'm sure it does work out, but okay. A brisk wind curls around me as I step out onto a patch of dirt that can barely be called a parking spot, in a place that can barely be called a campground. Misty curtains have settled over the nearby hills and mountains, and small specks of leftover morning dew occasionally drip on me from above. Bending down, I drop my backpack and pull on the tongue of my sorta new hiking boots. A little big, but they'll work. Considering these came from the stash of supplies we borrowed from Mariah in New Mexico, her feet must be freaking huge.
All set?
Marina is standing behind me, frowning at her own Velcro strap boots. Just about. These boots are pretty big, though.
You think so? They feel a bit snug to me.
Oh, woo. Sheesh. Never mind about Mariah. Hey, forget about the treasure. Let's just dress you up as Bigfoot and turn you in for a cash reward. The joke is awful, and I know it. Still, Marina plays along, sticking her tongue out in a half-playful manner before she forces a tired smile. The whole time, she doesn't make eye contact. So much for lightening the mood. Last night's sudden tension is still present. Even though we try to ignore it, or pretend it isn't there, we both know it. We both look at each other directly, and our conversation feels awkward and stilted. But we pretend everything's normal as we try to put on our best performances and reenact our usual routine.
So, how long is the hike?
The brochure said about 90 minutes each way. Take even longer in this weather, though.
Oh.
Yeah. I can feel the gulf between us. It's like yet another canyon, except I don't know how to cross this one.
The picture in the brochure was super pretty. Angel's Landing, right?
Now it's her turn to try to lighten the mood. I hate how we're both too afraid to just address the issue. But I'm just as guilty as she is here. I sigh and play along as best as I can. Yeah, it's nice. It's supposed to be the most scenic view in Zion. That's what Gramps told me anyway. The hike was one of his favorites. Said the view is so lush that there's so many trees and plants that he discovered several new shades of green up there. It was one of the spots that he was most looking forward to visiting with me. Glass back up the mountains. Mist doesn't look like it will clear anytime soon. In fact, it seems to be swallowing up more of the landscape. Also, welcome back if you were in that ad break. Happy to have you back. It's got Marina's attention too. She stares up as if she's picking out specific details in the fog. While she's distracted, I let my gaze rove over her again. Guiltily, like I'm sneaking glances, but I don't care. Admiring the sweep of her shoulders down into her collarbone and the rest of the curves of her body. I let myself examine her like I did when we first met, and like I've been consciously abstaining from looking her over like it... I let myself examine her like I did when we first met, and like I've been consciously abstaining from looking her over like it doesn't matter if she catches me anymore. She doesn't, though. I may as well be invisible to her right now, while she studies the mountaintops. And I want her to pay attention to me. She's wearing her usual boutique brand clothes. Their cute frilliness is just as perfect as ever for Marina, but they clash with the clunkiness of her ugly brown boots. You're sure you want to wear that? They might just get in the way. She gasps, almost offended by the suggestion that she wear anything else.
But my skirt is so comfy. Aren't you supposed to wear comfy clothes on hikes?
Perhaps.
Besides, with a name like Angel's Landing, it has to be pretty relaxing.
Oh, woo. She gives me a big, honest smile, tipping her head to the hills. It's the first real smile I've seen from her all day.
So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Yeah, and melt, letting her skewed reasoning fall to the wayside just this once. Warm fuzziness and a groovy grin take over my dour mood, just for a moment. Alright, but no whining if they end up being a problem. Slinging the backpack over my shoulder, we head for the shuttle that leads to the trail. Logs and a stone fire pit adorn the side of each plot that we pass. Maybe when we get back, we'll go to the camp store and pick up some supplies to roast marshmallows. I think she'd like that. It's foggy! Marina's heavy breathing guides me as we slog our way uphill, the previous light mist having now morphed into a thick and dreary fog. I cling to the chained railing as I stumble my way up the trail of rocks. It's the only protection from the sheer drop-off besides us. All it takes is one slip for me to take a nosedive into the valley below, and I wouldn't even see it coming. Turns out the fluffy and enticing name, Angel's Landing, doesn't come with the relaxing stroll Marina was hoping for. This feels more like a ghastly death march. My sweat-drenched legs feel like putting under the anchor that is a measly 5-pound backpack. No one else on the shuttle ever bothered to attempt the hike alongside us. Attempt to form words between pained breaths, feeling like a rock is being smashed into my lungs with each step. We should turn back. I can't see Jack. It's not safe up here.
What?
She sounds like she's about as well as me. She's echoing the same lung-puncturing gasps.
But we're so close. There's no way we're not almost there.
You know, 90% of gamblers. We stop, collapsing against our knees as we try to catch our breath. Not gonna mean a whole lot if we end up falling off a cliff.
I thought you were the one who wanted to do this so bad.
Every couple of words are punctuated by her gasping for breath. Yeah, but...
Amber, please.
She's doing it for you, girl. You gotta do it!
Let's keep going.
You gotta do it! You're gonna kiss her up at the top, you know? That's what you gotta do. Her voice is a whimper, fragile and meek. I fold. Okay. Marina has a way of making me shut up when she wants to. Whether she knows it or not. Today, it doesn't make a difference. I'm not going to be the one who makes things worse. She's wrong about one thing, though. I wasn't the one who wanted to hike up here. Gramps was. Gets easier after our break. The trail begins to plateau and the steepness evens out, fading behind us until the return trip.
I think we're already here.
Yeah?
See? What did I tell you?
Yeah. Marina darts ahead, disappearing into the fog so she can look at the mythical view that the brochure and I have preached to her, and Gramps to me. But if my suspicions are right, this weather and the view aren't going to be very compatible. Following behind, I step out to the cloudy murk and into an area that offers only slightly more visibility. That looks good, though. That still looks really nice, honestly. Marina stands still on the center of the cliff, her hand clutching to her heart. What should have been a bird's eye view of Zion is nothing but a sea of fog. That's still kind of cool, though. The lush greenery and full valleys are invisible. Only a few overgrown bushes and some rocky points peek out from the clouds. I was expecting it, but the sight itself really is numbing. The hollowness in my stomach, the one I've gotten so used to feeling, rears its head once again, only intensified by Marina's silence and the expression shrouded by her bangs as she tilts her head down. Sorry. Gently, she shakes her head.
Don't worry about it. It's not your fault.
Someone get the writer in here. Could have made this a bright and sunny day. No.
You tried to warn me.
Yeah. Marina. But I don't know what to say. I'm disappointed too. There were a lot of places Gramps always talked about visiting. After we settled down and kicked back for a few years. After I finish repairing the RV. After I get better. This place came up more often than the others, though. Not just Zion, but the landing. Kept saying if we were to go hiking here, have a picnic, maybe watch the sun come up. A slight smile comes to my face as I think about him trying to make that hike. I'd have liked to see that geezer try. I'm not a big enough sap to try and make all of my and Gramps' plans happen now. It would have been nice to see the view. With Gramps, Marina, and everything that's happened over the past month, it just seemed fitting to make the trip. Angel's Landing. I glanced back at Marina, and the hand that was clutched to her chest now stretches outwards, grasping at the empty air. A slight breeze blows through, ruffling her hair. She looks beautiful. She looks angelic. I didn't go to church much as a kid, but she looks like someone I'd see on a stained glass window, like right next to the rendition of Cavalry for Skull Hill. It's frustrating to have come this far for nothing. But is it because of the fog? Because of Gramps? Or because of Marina? My teeth grit, grinding against each other under what feels like an unimaginable weight. Come on. Let's go. I turn around and begin down the slope. There's nothing else worth seeing up here. Marina doesn't follow. No spirited footsteps trailing behind me. No speeding bullet blazing ahead. Marina, we're going. It comes out with more bite than I intended, but I don't care. I just want to get out of here now. Marina is hesitant to answer, but eventually manages to spit it out, sounding more like a question than an actual statement.
I don't want to.
What?
I don't want to leave. Not yet, anyway.
Oh, stick by her, dear. Come on, stick by her. Annoyed, I turn back to her for an explanation, only to be greeted by a pleading look instead.
I'm used to it by now. I know I am. But do you think we could wait a little longer? Just to see if the fog clears?
I don't know what it is. I respond with a blank stare. It's like she's not even talking to me. Don't be stupid. I stare back down the hill, not bothering to wait for Marina this time. It's past noon. If it hasn't cleared by now, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. So much for not making things worse. Did we leave Marina there? That's... Oh, okay, we stuck around. I'm glad. I nudged the fire with a stick. It doesn't do any good, though, as log just tumbles on top of each other, smothering the already pitiful flame. For a moment, our lot is only lit by the few remaining embers of the pit. Sighing, I grabbed the bottle of lighter fluid and squirt it into the ashes. An artificial flame roars into existence, then peters to the size of the pathetic candle flicker just as quickly. I plunge the stick back into the fire and scrape cinders from the glowing wood. Eventually, a flame catches on a charred log and grows until the pit is blazing once again. Aha! About damn time. The joy is exclusive to me, however, as Marina stays silent, staring into the flame. Want another s'more? She bounces back to life.
Oh my god, yes, please.
She catches herself and switches back to broodiness.
I mean, sure, I guess.
Oh my god, are you just throwing a hissy fit? Marina, please. Also, Amber, both of you, just fucking kiss already. I roll my eyes. Can't help smiling on the inside. No matter how hard she tries, she's still the same Marina she's always been. I grab a marshmallow and stick it to the end of a bent coat hanger before handing it to her. Without another word, she plops it into the fire. Meanwhile, my eyes are drawn to the neglected bag of hot dogs lying behind the chocolate and graham crackers, unopened and ignored. I bought them because I thought Marina would like the variety, but I should have known that she would only go for the marshmallows. She's been devouring them. She opened the bag when we left the store and was half empty by the time we got back to the campsite. She clung to the bag like a security blanket the whole way. It's a miracle there were even any left. Shrugging, I take one of the hot dogs out of the bag and impale it on the coat hanger, then put it in the fire next to Marina's. Even when we're this close to each other, there's still an air of tension. Yeah, this is nice. This is a nice look. Can we... I'm just going to do a quick save here. Yeah. Can we... Nope. Actually, okay, let's see. Are we still like... Oh my god, are we like still halfway through the game? Damn, we still got like a ways to go, huh? The classic shot, yeah. Even when we're this close to each other, there's still an air of tension. The one that's pervaded since we left Arches. Neither of us have addressed it, but the inevitability of the treasure, the thickness, uneasiness that hangs over us, it's suppressed, but it's definitely there. But it's gotten better since we left Angel's Landing. Snacks were a peace offering of sorts, I guess. Although I was pleasantly surprised that she sat so close to me, even with 3 other logs around the fire pit. Fixed my gaze on the flames. The dog is slimy, oozing with condensation that drips and sizzles in the ashes.
Oh god, it's on fire! It's on fire!
Oh no, the dog is on fire! You can't... That's hot dog abuse. Marina's coat hanger whooshes over me like a spastic comic. The marshmallow now a smoldering ball of inferno. Here, give it to me. Oh no!
But it's on fire, Amber! Fire!
Oh no! I can see that. Just give it. She panics, squirming as her precious marshmallow burns before her very eyes.
Alright, just don't hurt yourself, please.
A woo! Frantically, she passes me the wire, biting her nails as I try to blow it out. Soon, the fire clears. The marshmallow, once white and fluffy, is now black and charred, just like our hearts.
Aw, now it's ruined.
It's okay, you can eat it, it's fine. It tastes great, okay? It's no big deal. You can still eat it. Preparing the s'more, I break apart the chocolate cracker, then squish the marshmallow between them.
Ew, gross. But it's all black and stuff.
It's fine, it's only a little bit of cancer, okay? Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Honestly, I think I might prefer it burned.
That's so... ew.
She gives a nervous laugh. Hey, just try it. Marina stares at the s'more and gulps.
Fine, but only because you asked.
That's right. You made me try chocolate milk. You get to try burnt marshmallows. Ah, I'm just gonna cram it into her mouth. Closing her eyes, she opens her mouth wide. Wide open. This time, it's my turn to gulp. I shuffle back. Subtly, trying to avoid eye contact, and once again failing, I pop the s'more into her mouth and let out a restful sigh. Like bubblegum, she munches on it in the corner of her mouth, intent, trying to dissect the flavor in her own cute way. So... Her eyes grow wide in shock.
It's good.
Hey. Right. Doesn't it give it a nice smoky flavor?
Mm-hmm. It's a little bitter at first, but the marshmallow gets really crunchy. So good.
Yeah. I told you so. You just gotta give these things a shot.
I can't believe I had my first s'more and found a way to make it better in the same day. I feel like that would take most people like a bajillion years to figure out.
You have never had s'mores before? Which is funny coming from me as somebody who doesn't eat s'mores. But, like, you've never had s'mores before? Oh my god. You've never even, like, made them in your house with, like, your like, I don't know, your stove or something? Come on, live a little. Make some marshmallows.
But it only took me one night because I got you, Amber.
That's right. Gobsmacked, dumbfounded. They're both stupid fancy words, but I think they worked when trying to figure out this thing sitting beside me.
Amber?
You're kidding me.
What?
Your first s'more?
Well, I've seen people eat them on TV and stuff before, but...
Like, okay, Tori, you don't understand. We don't understand how aren't electric stoves new? We've always had a gas stove. Like, every single old house, every single thing, it's always been gas stoves for us. Like, electrical stoves for us is like a new thing, okay? It's absolutely a new thing. You can't tell me that, like, people had electric stoves, like, 20 years ago. Gas, but after moving out, it's been electric. But when you're growing up, then you want to go back to gas. Like, honestly, we're at the point where we're done with gas stoves because, like, it's so much extra effort. We're actually okay with electric stoves now. And if we buy a new stove, it'll probably be electric because California is getting rid of them. Well, I've seen people eat them on TV and stuff before, but... Oh, yeah. You have never, ever had a s'more in your entire life. Have their drawbacks and advantages. Yeah, exactly.
Now that I think about it, I guess I haven't.
That confirms it.
Huh? Confirms what?
You're an alien. The government had just been keeping you hidden all this time. That's why I met you near Roswell. It's the only explanation. We want marshmallows. Chat, we want marshmallows. Someone feed us marshmallows.
I am not. If I were an alien, then why do I look human?
I don't know, human skin suit? That's just a flesh suit. A disguise so you can blend in.
That's me.
Ow!
You can't just buy these good looks at the costume store.
Thank you for the hot dog. Aw, thanks, Ken. Hump. What's your sector ID? Is this your first time away from your home planet?
Amber, stop. It's not my fault.
Oh no. Her face puffs out, and I have to resist the urge to poke and deflate it. If I don't quit, she may actually start pouting. I'm sorry, I'll stop. I'm tempted to squeeze one more joke out, but decide against it as I try to hold back the snicker under my breath.
I think I like you better when you're serious.
Oh, wow. She crosses her arms, turning away as she closes both eyes to block me out. Then, with a grin, one eye open, we both burst out laughing. Since the hike, the fog has climbed down the hill, enveloping the campground. Even here, it's carved out a small pocket, the breezy chill surrounding us as we take in the warm glow of the fire. It feels nice. But, for real, I still can't believe this is your first time leaving home. She settles down a bit and places her hand in her lap, teetering side to side as she looks to the sky, even though there's nothing to look at but mist.
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble believing it too. Since there's so many of us, I guess Mom and Dad could never afford to take us anywhere.
Oh, woo. That's what I thought. If her family is as big as she says, it's not like they could have just packed up and traveled like me and Gramps. You said you have 9 brothers and sisters, right?
Yep, there's 9 of us, plus Mom and Dad, so 11 altogether.
Oh, dang. Jesus.
Right? Everyone says our house is pretty big, but it's always been so cramped that I've never been able to tell. I've never even had my own room. I've always had to share one with some of my sisters. My older brother shared too, until one of them went off to college.
Is that the same brother whose car got torn apart by Mariah? She laughs, guiltily.
Yeah, he always called it his love wagon.
If that thing was a love wagon, then my motorhome is a love palace.
Ooh, that's a good name for it.
I want to check out why we call it that. Don't even start.
Anyway, he said he wanted to get a new one when he got to Salt Lake City, so I don't think he'll be too angry.
Is he at BYU? Oh my god, he's at BYU, isn't he? Hold on. That's in Utah, too. Why didn't you tell me? Detour would have been a pain in the ass, but if you wanted to visit him, I wouldn't have minded the extra miles. Not if it was for you. Marina does a double take, and I realize I've given too much away. You'd have to pay for gas, though. Marina blinks, then smiles. Crisis averted.
Nah, it's okay. I want to do this without my family's help. Besides, it's only a community college.
Wait, okay. You started out in New Mexico. And your brother moved to Utah to go to community college? Are there no community colleges in New Mexico? I feel like there's some gap here. Like usually if you're going over to the next state to go to college in Salt Lake City, like okay, Roswell and Salt Lake City, there is a huge gap. There's a lot of space between those two cities. And if you're there to go to fucking community college, maybe he dropped out after one spot. Maybe, I don't. Okay, maybe that's true. Maybe he went to BYU, got really weirded out by the soaking, and so was like, yeah, no, I'm not in it for this, and decided to go to community college. Like maybe that's how it is. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Your brother moved from New Mexico to Utah so he could attend a community college. Thank you, Amber. See, this is why I'm voicing you, and that you're the main character. You make sense.
Uh-huh. He sends me a gift every month. Last month, it was a top hat. I put it right on top of the desk in my room.
What? She pauses for a moment.
Mine and my sister's room, I mean.
Sure. Your family sounds about as weird as you.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess we are.
Oh my god. She beams, wearing the title of weird like a badge of honor. That's not good. That actually, maybe it is.
I like it. Besides, Dad keeps us all in line. He's a defense lawyer, super straight-laced.
Oh my god, you're a defense lawyer.
You remind me of him, actually. He likes everything nice and orderly, which is bad for him because he's surrounded by us, but...
I see. She talks for a long time, chattering and laughing about her family, with the smile never leaving her face. I almost got lost in it. I almost want to. For the precious minutes that she speaks, I forget the tension that's shadowed us since Arches, and that could believe it was never there. I love that about Marina. Even though when we're wet with rain, or humoring truck drivers, or racing a lunatic down a highway, she never hesitates to smile. By the way, the truck driver... Okay, we'll look at that in a second. For her, it's always poised on the brim, waiting to shine and shine through. I could listen all night, but she trails off only a short time later.
I'm sorry. This must be boring, right?
No, this is fascinating. I want to know more about your weird family. Nah, I can tell you love them a lot. It was always just me and Gramps, so it's sort of interesting to see how other families work. The lot falls silent, save for the crackling flames. I brace myself for what I know is coming.
Hey, Amber? What happened to your mom and dad?
Stare into the fire. It pops, casting up delicate embers that fall and vanish in the dirt.
I'm sorry. That was too personal.
No, it's probably fine to ask. No, it's fine. They're both around, I think. Only met Dad once, a long time ago. Me and Ma don't get along very well. Haven't spoken to her since I was 16. Last I heard, she was living in some trailer park in Ohio.
Is that why you lived with your grandpa?
Sorta. Ma always had her issues. So the court said Gramps could take care of me when I was a baby. Stifle a laugh. Not that it did any good. The geezer had the bright idea to haul me around the Midwest and East Coast for half my life.
He took care of you all by himself? He must have been amazing.
Try again. He was an old hippie who was stuck in the 70s and spent most of his time listening to weird music.
Sounds just like you.
Oh my god, are you calling me a hippie? Hey, watch it. If anything, he was more like you. I was always cleaning up his messes, even as a little girl, even near the... It choked down a growing lump in the throat. Connecting with Amber because we're both from Ohio and tried to leave. I'm sorry. Even near the end.
Amber,
It was always just the two of us, though. Us or any random old friend he wanted to see. Even when he decided to settle down in Colorado, it was just us. People would come and go, but it was always us. And I was there for all of it. I was there for every single appointment. I was there at the hospital, and I was there at the funeral. Ma didn't even bother to come to that, but I was there. And he was always there, too.
you really miss him, huh?
My voice lowers to a whisper, raspy and dry. Yeah. That's a nice little, calming little shot. Something slumps against my shoulder. Glancing down, I discover Marina's head resting against me. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Kiss! She looks up to me.
Want me to stop?
No, keep doing it.
Okay.
If they don't kiss tonight, they don't kiss tonight, I'm ending stream. We should turn in soon. We have a big date ahead of us.
Yeah, maybe.
We sit in silence for a little while. Or maybe it's a long time. I can't tell. It's a nice silence, though. A comfortable one. Finally. Are you telling me they didn't fucking kiss? Fucking god. Hello, we're back. The truck driver was an axe scene. You can still get it in the bonus content section. Yeah, we were gonna read it after we finished the game proper to like do all the like yeah. Like okay, here we go. think... Well, I think as long as we're, like, saved, it should be fine, right? Do you want... Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it's fine. No! Yeah, welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, I know there's, like, the Jumbo scene that, I want to check this out after we finish the game itself. Is a little rough. Okay, well, we'll figure it. We'll get there when we get there, right? Also, like, I did want to check out goofball mode just to see what it's like. Yeah, there is. That's fair. That's fair. Like when you got a game is like that. Yeah, I get it. Also, we'll probably play the DLC as well, but we'll see. You know. Oh, we're missing 2 CGs. I'm not even sure if that's like a thing, or if we're like, I don't fucking know, right? Okay. Well, we got most of the thoughts. We got 6 more thoughts. Marina's gonna have 6 more thoughts. DLC is good plus. Yeah. We saw the trailer stuff. Thank you for head pats. So I think it's probably off. I don't see any way to... There's no, like, hey, do this so that you don't have the porn, right? Is there a patch? Is there a patch somewhere that I'll have to, like, load to get the porn? Also, why is my tracking broken? Here, come on, fix itself. Fix thyself with a doctor. Heal thyself. Yeah, if you didn't get the patch. Okay, yeah, there we go. I don't have the patch. I should get the patch. There's a... Well, hold on a sec. There's a patch. Hold on. I'm fucking going to look for the DLC right now. There's a companion book. It's free! I can just get this for free! I should probably not install it while, like, y'all are, like, you know, watching and we're streaming it, right? Because that would be, like, against TOS, because that would just show boobs on screen, and that would be terrible. We cannot do that. That would be bad. But, you know, hey, you know, in my free time, I'm just gonna be, ow, wait, exactly. Okay. The engine dies. I can still hear the power buzzing before it surges down, leaving us with the ambience of the settled motorhome. Shut up, people. It's fine. You didn't hear any of what we just talked about. Yeah. I do recommend them for free. They're very well done. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. We're here. Thanks, Gem.
Not a lot of cars here, huh?
Guess the rest of the world just hasn't caught up yet. That won't last for long. Any day now, people will figure out it's here, and an army of would-be treasure hunters will be swarming the place, drooling at the chance to find gold. The last of the gold. There's a fluttering in my chest, and I tighten my grip on the wheel. It's the end of our adventure.
I bet our names have spread across the land and struck fear into the hearts of our rivals, giving them no other choice but to call it quits.
I'm mostly just Mariah. And I don't think she's quit. Yeah, or maybe someone already came through and found the treasure.
What? Don't say something scary like that.
Still, wrapped around the wheel, my clammy hands start shaking. Marina takes notice, looking over with sympathetic eyes.
Hey.
She takes her hand and gently places it on top of mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I let both fall into my lap. She's warm.
We're doing this together, okay?
Yeah, together. The flutters tickle the inside of my chest until I can't stop smiling. Can't help smiling. Right. Let's do it. Regretfully, I force out a nod and pull my hand out from Marina's. It feels wrong, like throwing away a precious gift. Reaching into the console, I retrieve the journal for what may be the last time. It's well loved, a bent spine, wrinkling pages, and folded corners on the flimsy paper cover. Looking back, it's been getting roughed up since the moment we got it. Ever since the weird station attendant let Marina have it for free way back at the Traveler's store. Hard to believe this cheap thing was the roadmap for something so valuable. Taking a deep breath, I skim over the final entry. After several days of travel, I believe I have finally arrived at my first destination. It is well known I have an astute eye for locations. After all, this is how I found my precious bounty, so it is no mistake that I easily found the perfect hiding place. I think we've read this before, right? Crimson, all of it, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. Expansionism. Windstone Arch. It's probably the vaguest entry so far, but I can feel it. It has to be there. I slap my journal shut and lay it to rest in the center console, right next to all the cassette tapes. Marina and I look at each other, now sharing the same piercing determination. All right, let's get this show on the road. Because of the lack of crowds, getting around is a lot easier than usual, allowing us to take in the scenery for once instead of slogging through zombified hordes. Even though there's not many people around, it somehow feels fuller here. Where we walk, we're surrounded by layered dunes and sandstones, towering over us, striped with faded reds and calico browns. Somehow we do eventually manage to find the Windstone Arch. Unlike the arches back in Utah, it isn't big and majestic. It's not a giant upside-down horseshoe that lords over us as we look on in awe. It's not even an arc, as much as it is a cave. Really, just a jagged, overgrown rock with a few crevices big enough for a person to enter. Still, despite the fact that it doesn't compare to the size or grandeur of everything else we've seen together so far, and Still, despite the fact that it doesn't compare to the size or grandeur of everything else we've seen together so far, and despite that it hardly it took us any time at all to find it, it's still imposing. The longer I stare at it, the bigger it gets, like it's judging us. It isn't calling into question our abilities or even if we can find it. It's gauging us to see if we're ready. Are we? I look over to Marina. A small bulge forms in her throat before she swallows it back down. Is she... I turn my gaze to the Ark, asking the same question over and over in my head. Am I? Finally, we look at each other. Marina readies the metal detector strapped to her back, gives me a nod, which I return. Even if we aren't ready, even if this is the worst mistake of my life, this is something both of us have to do. Our steps in sync, we march over the rocks and desert shrubs before crouching into the cavern. Sunlight squeezes into the cave, dyeing the rock columns neon red. Marina begins scanning the metal detector, listening intently for a beat. This narrow space forces us to huddle together as we heave our way through the arch, repeatedly brushing against each other. At first, it's accidental, but I find myself craving it more. Aw, you touch-starved! I know how it is. To get closer. To feel her. To watch as her hair absorbs the brilliant glow of the cave. I'm deprived of all of that, though, as her metal detector vibrates in her hand, making a low rumble. She takes off the headphones and points to the wall.
There.
I avert my gaze and move past her, taking a knee as I slip the bag off my shoulders and pull out a mandrel pickaxe. Careful not to hit her, I start chiseling away at the rock. Soon, the crack in the wall grows and small pebbles and gravel starts flying off. I reposition myself and block Marina from getting hit by any of it. The small portion of the wall crumbles away and, after a few more strikes, reveals a hollow space, just big enough to squeeze your hand into. This is gonna suck if some creepy thing's gone and made its home in there. Shuddering, I reach into the space, feel something square and wooden. With some budging, comes free. It easily slides out. A box. A cardboard box. Its familiarity is expected, but it doesn't stop my heart from leaping any less, nor Marina's, who squeaks out a gasp. Ready? This time, she barely nods, unsure what to say, but like ripping off a bandage, I swing the lid open before she can give any real answer. Nuggets, a pile of them, filled from top to bottom, all misshapen and morphed. The sight isn't anything new, but this time it feels different. It's like, for the first time, the reality has finally sunk in, and everything up until now has been a haze. We both just stare at it. An entire universe of thoughts race through our mind, yet it all comes up blank. Oh, what now? It's directed more towards myself than Marina, but it's the first thing I managed to spit out, and ultimately the most important. Marina doesn't answer at first, instead just tilting her head, trying to process the question, but finally she gives a simple smile.
I saw a sign for a trail on the way over here. Why don't we go hiking?
We're going hiking with a box of gold? I don't know if that's like safe. Hiking? I freeze for a second, then laugh under my breath. The more I think about the simplicity behind her words, the more I laugh, until I border on sounding like a hysterical madman. Hiking? For real? I keep laughing, struggling to keep it together, even after I start having trouble breathing. Poor Marina isn't in on the joke, though, and within a matter of seconds, her face goes from confusion to concern and then pouting.
I don't know why you're laughing. I was being serious, you know?
Settling down, I wipe a tear from my eye, an occasional chuckle still managing to break through. No. I know you were.
Then what's so funny?
Nothing, just... I finally regain complete composure and smile at her. Yeah, sure. Let's go hiking. That sounds nice. Can you please keep to the signs?
I will. Stop being such a worrywart.
Marina skips through the sand, gleefully oblivious that her trail is a badly marked patch of dirt over the plains of the Mojave. That's what you said last time. If you're not careful, we're gonna get lost again.
Aw, you didn't like those old cabins we found?
Woo. It gets old after the second time, Mare. Kills daylight, too. The sun has faded to orange, and will soon sink out of view. There's no way we're getting back before dark. But hey, maybe that's not such a bad thing. We've already found the treasure, so spending some time with Marina is a nice reward. The real treasure was the lesbian sex we had along the way.
So, about this fire wave thing. And yes, I know it's not an ocean of lava, smarty pants.
Uh-huh. Ow! Why? Why would you do that? Ah! It's fine. It was expected. Damn, I must be running out of material.
I mean, it's so cool cool. Well, it's hot, I guess. But what is it?
It's hot. What's the fire wave? It's a windy thing. The winds around rocks and stuff, and looks like fire. At least I think that's what it was.
Oh?
A devilish grin slinks onto Marina's face, and she attaches herself to me like Velcro, nudging my shoulders.
You don't know what it is either, do you?
What? Do so? No, you're hot. Her grin grows until I force myself to look away. She's not gonna get the satisfaction. I've seen pictures.
Oh, you've seen pictures? What sort of pictures?
Adult pictures that you're not supposed to look at. You know, the picture-y kind. I just feel her reveling in this. For the first time, she's got me playing right into her hands. Oh, shut up. I feel a slap against my wrist, then a tug. Looking down, I see Marina's bright dimples shining through her round cheeks.
Why don't we find out together?
We're gonna find out together. I'm stunned. It's a position we've been in before, but it's supposed to be the other way around. I'm always pulling her. That's my job. But now it's her smooth fingers locked around my wrist, her fingernails grazing against my skin. The realization doesn't even have time to sink in before she propels herself forward with me in tow. Hey, wait, hold on. Get hacking topped, Amber. Get fucking topped. I kick up sand and grit as I'm practically dragged along by Marina, who meets my yelps with silence. Then she halts as quickly as she took off, leaving me to shoot forward and stumble to a stop. You could have at least warned me before you... I go silent. Marina does too. The fire wave. The fire wave kind of sounds like a Transformer or Decepticon. I don't know if it's like... I would say maybe... Fire wave probably sounds like a Transformer name, you know? TBH. Anyway, swirling ribbons of red wrap around the hillside and stretch out to the horizon. The setting sun casts light and shadow across the ground and the sky, shading it all with intense golds, pinks, and purples. As the sky dims, a shred of stray light passes over the shade and shines directly on us. Directly on Marina. She stares on, silent. I can feel every glint of emotion coming from her. Woo! Hi, thank you so much for the follow, Holly. Yeah. Every breath taken away. Every raw feeling that builds up inside her, only to be choked back down. All of it. I glance between her and the scene stretched out before us. The pockets of sky with their deep, vivid colors are beautiful, but the choice is easy. I fixate on Marina. Her clear, sweet blue eyes. Her cute, round cheeks. Her lips as they quiver ever so slightly. Laying a hand on her shoulder, I turn her towards me and softly touch her cheek. Her mouth slips open with a faint gasp, but all it takes is a gentle stroke of her face for that uncertainty to be wiped away. Marina holds my gaze. My eyes relax, and I step closer, so I can feel the warmth of her body against mine. Then, I lean in and press my lips to hers. So soft. Yeah! I keep myself. Woo. Woo. I keep myself pressed against her, letting my lips move with the natural flow. But she doesn't press back. Kissy, yeah. Afraid, I pull away, but before I can step back, she pulls me closer and lets her lips melt into mine. I let the pattern take control, our mouths move inside each other, full of tender caution as we ease in. We repeat the process infinitely. Bathed in the light of sunset, the two of us exchange something. That's spit right there you're exchanging. I eventually pull back, unsure of what to say and scared of what I could. We turn back to find the last rays of sunlight slipping behind the sand. Something brushes against my hand, tickling for a moment before intertwining between my fingers. Our grip is loose, but I wrap my fingers around so that I'm holding hers firmly. Might want to make a secondary save here? Are we... Is this where we fuck? Is this where they fuck? Maybe? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. You know, I was gonna probably replay this on my own with the patch on, so you forget exactly? Well, thank you. Well, it's made. The save is made. Together. We watch the last of the life drift into a peaceful evening. Together.
It's pretty.
You're pretty. Yeah. Is that the end? No, it's not. Oh, God, why? Why? What have I done? Her back is turned to me like mine is to hers. I claw my nails deeper into the scratchy couch fabric and stick my gaze on the floor. Please end me now. It was silent after we did that. A nice silence, a blissful release of silence, but as we walked back, terror started to sink in. I think she felt it too. I listened to the buzz of the generator and stare at a patch of artificial light on the wall. Stupid little box is making fun of me, I swear.
So what now?
Funny, that's the same thing I asked when we found the treasure, except she sounds even more hopeless and confused than I did. Bringing my legs to the chest, I bundle my arms around them and put on a nervous smirk. We could always go hiking again. She throws a mock slap on my shoulder, feigning a huffy voice.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
We're just gonna keep hiking, okay? We're gonna keep hiking forever. I'm gonna hike right past this hill here, and you don't have to come with me. I'll be right back. Heavy embarrassment in the air melts away into something a little more comfortable as we both manage to laugh at my perviness. Oh, they totally fucked. Marina lets out a whiny cry and slides against the couch.
But seriously, what are we gonna do?
We are fucking rich now. We're like stinking fucking rich. By the way, we are about to hit that break. I don't know. I think we'll do a little bit more. Actually, I was gonna call it around here, but I feel like we're at the end, so it would be a little weird to like end this and then go. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're at the end game, right? There's quite a bit more, actually. Okay. You know what? I think we're going to save this for another stream in the future. So what we're going to do is make this the official save. And I'm going to go download that adult-only patch. And we're going to go schlick ourselves off camera. And meanwhile, And don't, that we never said that. We never said that. That never happened. Hello, what's up? Okay, we are in an ad break. Fuck. I thought I could get it done early enough, but we took too much time. We're in our ad break, so I'm just gonna talk for 3 minutes as a random thing. We're just gonna talk ourselves. We're gonna be like blah 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 blah. We also have, we still got some monster left. I mean, we can honestly keep going, but we have some plans later tonight, and we do kind of need to eat before those plans, right? So yeah, we're gonna finish upstream and have some dinner, and then do our thing for the evening. Food is important. Exactly. Food is very important. Did you know that sustaining yourself and your meat sack is very important? Turns out. If you don't eat and you just casually do this stuff, you might end up, I don't know, starving. Starving's bad for you. Anyway. So, like, looking towards the future, I guess we are doing a part 3. I guess I'm stuck in the meat sack. I might as well supply it. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, like, do you really want to supply the meat sack? I would like a meat sack. And by that, I mean I want a bag of bacon. I just want to eat the bacon. I just want to eat bacon. Oh, man. Bacon would be really nice. We had a bacon burrito. Bacon breakfast burrito this morning. That was pretty good. Anyway, we're getting distracted. But anyway, so yeah. Looks like we're going to be doing a part 3 of this stream. And we're also going to be playing the DLC. So probably like maybe even a part 4, depending, right? Who knows how short or long those will be. I know for a fact, though. Next week, we're taking some time off, and it's going to be a little bit longer. We're going to have to work out some schedules with folks as well. So I'm going to try to see if we are going to be streaming on Thursday for Thanksgiving or not. If Thursday is looking to be a free night for us, we might actually just end up streaming. We can. I'll try to make it like a Thanksgiving themed stream, so that if you happen to not be having people or need somebody to hang out, we'll be there. We'll cook you a dinner. We might even play like Cooking Simulator and burn down the kitchen, right? Like that's what we're thinking. Or something. We'll see, right? Yeah. But we are also taking Wednesday off from work, so we're gonna probably do an extra stream. Probably it's either going to be this, or we were looking at some other stuff that was happening in our queue. We saw our sibling playing this new game that just recently came out where you do calligraphy, and that looked really, really funny and fun. And you guys, you all can like judge me because despite the fact that like Nihongo sugoi yoku shabereru ndakedo, right? Like I'm real good with Japanese, right? I'm fluent, right? Yeah, my writing is garbage. My writing is absolute fucking garbage, and I am ready to show off how bad my kanji skills are, because I only read kanji, and you lose your kanji skills. You honestly lose your kanji skills if you do not write, okay? And like it's not the same as like using your keyboard to write. You need to actually write the kanji to remember how to write kanji, because I don't fucking know how to write half the fish, right? It's fucking beautiful. It's gonna be awful. You can torture me. You can probably just constantly type the bind boom into the chat and make me mess up. It'll be fun. That'll be a nice stream. Also, we gotta start up Final Fantasy VIII. The game that we really need to start is Final Fantasy IX, because that's like on the list of games that we were planning to do. So much about how few kanjis. Yeah, like okay, we were following along with our siblings stream, and it was like, oh, this should be totally easy, like, oh yeah, these are kanji that we can read if we see it out in the wild. But if you ask us to write it, it's gonna be like, oh shit, we don't actually know how to write this shit. So that's gonna be a fun thing. But yeah, that'll be a fun activity. Maybe we'll even collab for that. Like that way, we can embarrass somebody else while we're doing it. Who knows? Who knows if there's like somebody who's like studying Japanese and we can like school them and then be schooled ourselves, and we can both end up schooled. But then yeah, but going back to Final Fantasy VIII, yeah. So we did that meme where, you know, and like Highway Blossoms is one of the games too, where we bought the game like so many years ago, and we never even installed it because we just never had time or the gumption to do it. And Final Fantasy IX is the game that we've never actually installed and started to try to play. Mostly because like Final Fantasy IX is the game that we got the furthest along and almost finished back when we had a PS1 or a functional PS1. Whereas like Final Fantasy VII was the game that my friends played, and we all like, we wanted to really finish it because it was our friend's save, so we missed like giant chunks of the game. Final Fantasy VIII was also another game that like we kind of played but never actually quite got through. I think we've attempted to play Final Fantasy VIII maybe 4 or 5 times now. And every time we get like to the second disc or something, and then we're like, actually life happens, and then we don't play it anymore because we never owned Final Fantasy VIII. And then what ended up happening is we just give it back to our friend, and then that would be the end of it, right? And we also didn't know how it works, so we would like try to level our character really hard and make ourselves suffer later on, right? That's how this game works, because we don't understand junctioning or anything, and we're really, really like we're bad at understanding game mechanics. But yeah, so we have the Steam version of Final Fantasy VIII. We played through like maybe 2/3 of it, and then turns out there's like a section of the game where the controller scheme was so fucked up for the PC port, we just threw it out, threw out the controller in frustration, and we never played it again. So yeah, I think we'll start a new save, and we'll work through Final Fantasy VIII. We'll finally finish that game for once in our life. It'll happen. We swear it. We swear it. It's gonna happen. Please, please, snap us. What is wrong with my spine here today? My tracking is completely terrible. But yeah, once we finish 8, we will finally move on to installing Final Fantasy 9. And I'm sure that's something we can do. I actually really like 9, and I want to play it. Honestly, maybe I want to just skip 8. But then... No, I want to finish 8, and I also want to play 9. What if we just play both at the same time? That would be too much Final Fantasy. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 already. That's way too much Final Fantasy. There is no such thing as a Final Fantasy at that point then. In any case, let's see. Is there anyone we can raid out to tonight? Not quite, really. No, I think we're just gonna end it here tonight for us. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your presence and company. It was very nice. This was a good time. I'm glad the girls kissed. And with the kissing, we can now officially end stream. Okay. Have a good rest of the weekend. Tomorrow we have other things to do, so we can't make it. But hey, have a good Sunday, or if you have other things to do or whatever, take care of yourselves. Bye.